Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and we got a World War III alert. But first, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button, like, share, subscribe. We going live early. I got time for an early live today, y'all. I'm off. And this news came across my revolutionary desk about the humiliation of the U.S. military and NATO in Syria. And, you know, I had to start with this because we didn't think the war would start over the oil fields of Syria, but it might start right there. U.S. has no business there. Soldiers are over there pretending like they are helping to defeat ISIS, which they're not, and they were defeated today.
Arab media reported that local Syrian Arab tribes pro-government Assad have launched a major offensive and have managed to take back several villages, towns, and oil refineries in Deir ez-Zor province from the occupation of the United States and its allies. On Wednesday morning, August 8, Arab tribal forces announced the first wave of attacks in the eastern edge of Deir ez-Zor town.
Remember, the U.S. has no business being in Syria occupying any oil fields or anything like that, but they're saying they're fighting ISIS. No, they're not. They are ISIS. Well, this morning, you see, the revolutionaries, Iran, Hezbollah, they've been very strategic. You see, they've been striking, but they ain't did the big strike. They've been testing them. And this morning, they gained the initiative to take back some land in Syria. The U.S. will be ran up out of Syria real soon.
On the positions of Syrian Democratic Forces SDF and YPG or PKK rebel militia, supported by the West and Israel. SDF is a military coalition in Syria formed in 2015 and led by the United States. Reinforcements for tribal fighters headed to the clash area in the region to fight SDF and U.S. forces, including with artillery fire. Heavy clashes continue in an area 40 kilometers long, along the left bank of the Euphrates River that's starting from Iraqi border.
If you remember, last year, or maybe it was earlier this year, the three young black U.S. troops, may they rest in peace, they was killed. They said they was killed in Jordan. That's a lie. They was killed in Syria. They was killed protecting these oil fields, being pirates, stealing resources. This is where they was killed at. You see, they're not supposed to be here. This is Syrian territory. And it seemed like the revolution. Iran is showing the U.S. everywhere you at in the Middle East now, you got big trouble on your hands.
Arab tribes announced the successful liberation of a large area of 81.2 square kilometers in their offensive so far, and awaiting the start of the second, main and larger wave of attacks. They liberated several villages, small towns, captured Al-Mayadeen and its surrounding areas, captured the strategic town of Granik, captured the town of Abu Hammam, captured 70% of the town of Al-Busayra, which cut off SDF supply lines to the eastern countryside, and captured the entire Daban water station. They published a video evidence from inside Al-Omar oil refinery on the outskirts of Daban, which also captured in a surprise attack. A strategic assembly center and supply area for PKK militias also have been captured.
It's only the beginning.
The influence of American occupation is crumbling in Syria, and high alertness continues in Al-Omar and Koniko fields.
They shouldn't even been there.
Planes flying low in the skies of Deir ez-Zor after the clashes began carrying out airstrikes in panic. It is reported that Pentagon also moved some of its units from Hasaka province to support SDF, which is retreating under pressure, and asking for a ceasefire to collect the bodies of its dead soldiers. Arab tribe leader Ibrahim El Hafel, who launched the attack, stressed that they will not lay down their arms until they liberate Deir ez-Zor from the enemy, and they will not accept word games from the authorities of other parties.
In Chicago, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Duluth, Georgia, right outside of Atlanta, Jacksonville, Florida, Tempe, Arizona, and Burbank, California. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for those tickets. So guess what? United States is now bombing Syria again. Why? Because Syria took back one of their oil fields. You want to see? You remember when they asked Donald Trump, "Hey, Donald Trump, why are you leaving?" I got to do this over here. Donald Trump, why are you leaving troops in Syria? And this is what he said.
We're keeping the oil. We have the oil. The oil is secure. We left troops behind only for the oil.
Okay, and now guess what?
That's why they don't want him in there. That's why they don't want him in there, because he told the truth. He wasn't never supposed to say that. No U.S. president can say we're stealing the oil. We're only there for the oil. That's what he said. Not we're there fighting ISIS. No, we're there fighting terrorists. Trump said, what terrorists? Man, we there because they got oil, and we taking it.
Syrian forces recaptured Al Omar oil field from U.S.-backed forces. So again, that's the big reason why they hate Donald Trump, is because he's such a political novice that he will sell a big truth like that when he's not supposed to. You're supposed to say we're leaving troops there to make sure that people are secure and safe from terrorists and safe from Assad. You're not supposed to say because we're there for the oil. He says the same thing about Venezuela. He gives the game away. So Syrian tribal forces backed by the Syrian Arab Army and reportedly supported by Iran launched a large-scale offensive against U.S.-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, the SDF, in eastern Deir ez-Zor, Syria. The attack targeted areas under SDF control, including the Al Omar oil field previously under U.S. occupation. Reports indicate
it's supposed to be all over the news this morning, but it's not. Or I will be bringing it to you. They might wait till later to tell y'all, because they don't want to tell you that Syria is retaking its oil fields. Because then you could be like, "Take what? Why do we have their oil fields again?" Nah, we said ISIS had them, but ISIS didn't have them. We had the oil field. Why are we taking people oil in Syria?
Indicate that the tribal forces have made significant gains, capturing several villages and towns, and have surrounded the Al Omar oil refinery. The U.S. military responded with.
You see, this is blowback from Israel. See, this is all part of the get back on Israel. They finna squeeze NATO and the U.S. all over the Middle East. Iran finna put them under pressure everywhere they at.
Airstrikes. So Syrians inside Syria are taking back their own parts of their country, and the United States is bombing them. Syrians in Syria. That, just to be clear, the United States is bombing Syrians inside Syria with no declaration of war. They're doing all this under the AUMF, which is the authorization for use of military force that they gave George Bush so he could go fight terrorists. So they immediately invented the ISIS, because they had already invented Al Qaeda. So now they could use it as an excuse to go into Syria and steal their oil. We could use it as an excuse to go into Iraq. We could use it as an excuse to go into Libya. We could use it as an excuse to go into Afghanistan for 20 years. We could use it as an excuse to bomb Yemen. We're doing that again today, right now. The United States responded with airstrikes, leading to casualties on both sides. The situation remains tense as the conflict escalates, with implications for regional stability and U.S. involvement in the Syrian conflict. So now your government is not only sending aircraft carriers to go help Israel bomb Iran and fight Lebanon and Iran, but they're also bombing Yemen. They're also bombing Syria. This is your government. This is the United States. Syrian girl says the U.S. has started bombing Syrians to try to stop us, meaning Syrians, from taking back our own oil fields. So let me just rewrite that a little bit. The United States has started bombing Syrians to try to stop Syrians from taking back Syrian oil fields in Syria. And here's a guy with a flag. There's a guy waving a flag that they did it. So, I mean, how dare the Syrians regain their own territory? You're defying the rules-based order of the world. Remember that? Remember when General Milley said this is about the rules-based order, the world's rules. The that rule that says the United States gets to invade any country it wants, kill as many people as it wants, invent terrorist organizations so we can keep using the AUMF to keep invading other countries. You know that? Those rules to be the rules that we don't have to follow any rules. Yes, those rules. Let's see. There's going to be there's going to be somebody out here who thinks that that's a pirate flag. But what they don't realize, we're the pirates. The United States is the pirates. We're the ones stealing other people's shit. In this case, the oil. And how do I know? How do I know we're there just for the oil? Well, because the president of the United States said so when he was asked.
We're keeping the oil. We have the oil. The oil is secure. We left troops behind only for the oil.
Only for the oil. So the Jerusalem Post says the United States and the UK have conducted strikes on the Tays government on the coast of. Oh, this is another story. So before I get to this story, I just want to put a button on this story. United States bombing Syrians inside Syria because they tried to take over their own Syrian oil fields. So as we say that Putin is a tyrant, Putin is a fascist, Putin is a thug because he invaded Ukraine, not to start a war, but to end one. But we say he did it unprovoked. Meanwhile, right next door, we're occupying a third of Syria illegally. And which third do you think that is? It's the third with the oil. So as your government comes on MSNBC and CNN and Fox News and tells you with a straight face that Vladimir Putin is a thug, and he invaded a country unprovoked, and that's why we have to do the right thing and stand up for democracy. We're right now occupying a third of another country illegally for their oil. Nobody ever seems to talk about that on the news. I guess that's why people like me and Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mate aren't ever invited on the news. Remember when Glenn Greenwald used to be the darling of MSNBC when he was criticizing George Bush? And then as soon as it switched to Obama, they don't want anything to do with him. So they're done. So that's why you never see people like Chris Hedges or Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate, or me. You would see me on Tucker Carlson's old show telling you all about this. But that's why they get rid of Tucker Carlson, because he would bring on people like me and Anya Parampel to tell you the truth about what's happening in Ukraine or China or Libya or Venezuela. Hey, come see us on tour. We'll be in Chicago, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Duluth, Georgia, right
Fuad Shukra, who's by all accounts, including Nasrallah's, the top commander of Hezbollah. And this is the first time we've seen him. We don't see these commanders until they're killed. And you can see the faces blurred out of the next group that haven't been killed. And you can see this is the first footage we've ever seen. This is from Hezbollah, this footage of them battling. Fuad Shukra was a founding commander. He was involved in Islamic Jihad, the pre-Hezbollah formation that was famous for targeting the Israeli military base in Tyre and Sur in South Lebanon in 1981, I believe that one was. In 1983, 1982 and 83, they wiped out the CIA station. They took out the Marine barracks in Beirut. You can see him there with Nasrallah. You can see him down there in Hezbollah's tunnel system. You can see him speaking to his fighters, and Nasrallah talked about him twice this week in speeches, and said that he was always the commander. He was the founding commander, that he was always involved in the most important operations. They put Nasrallah put him in the same category as Imad Mughniya and Mustafa Badruddin, who are the two previous commanders that people knew almost nothing about until they were assassinated. And then this is showing us here, Nasrallah credits Shukra for the long-range and precision missile-guided systems, rocket artillery, and missile systems that are what are threatened on Israel. Israel expects, according to their intelligence estimates, that 3,000 rockets a day is how the war would start with Hezbollah, 3,000 rockets a day with an arsenal of more than 150,000 rockets and precision-guided munitions that can hit all over Israel with precision.
Hardcore fighters.
That was interesting. That's the first ever video of Fuad Shukra. So I wanted to just show you that. And also this week, number 20, Hezbollah released their 300 Days mixtape, which they do. I don't know if we have volume in this one, but it's the volume is a part of these. You can hear it a little bit. In any case, it's part of the production value of these Hezbollah videos. You can see the days counting in the bottom right-hand corner and various different attacks that had been carried out over that time. 2,500 operations have been carried out. And then there's a voiceover on this that has Fuad Shukra saying to his men, man your posts and be at the ready, essentially remain at your base, stay in your military uniform, and keep your weapons in your hand. And then it's Nasrallah saying his famous line, between us and you are the battlefields, the nights, and the days, which is the threat. When will they respond? That's Nasrallah's response to that. So we're seeing here in these operations, part of the litany of operations. I'll just give you some of them. 1,050 settlement units targeted, 180 command and control posts, 450 technical equipment. That's when they blow up the Iron Dome radars, and these radars that you're seeing, those are anti-drone operations. They said 160 air defense operations, targeting 125 military vehicles. That's mostly armored vehicles, tanks, troop carriers, a lot of Jeeps. We've seen a number of Jeeps. There's been attacks on 61 artillery posts, 12 Iron Dome systems. They've downed 6 drones, 3 Hermes 900, 3 Hermes 450s in the 300 days. So Hezbollah has been busy this week with the psychological operations, and then that's the red for revenge that they were putting up. We've seen the red flag be flown in Tehran, and Nasrallah gave the speeches this week for Shukra with this red background that's being interpreted as that the response is coming. And Nasrallah said that there will be a response, and it's coming. So also this week, Hezbollah released these videos. This is a Burkan heavy rocket fired here. That you can see this is from a week and a half ago. This is one of 1,000 rocket operations that have fired more than 7,500 rockets, according to the IDF. There's also been we're going to see here coming up an anti-tank guided missile strike from their Tufan missile system. They call this is a reverse engineered of the U.S. TOW anti-tank guided missile system. So multiple reverse engineered systems that Hezbollah has been using to great effect during this war. So this is one of 750 anti-tank guided missile operations that have been carried out against these settlement positions that are abandoned. There's more than 40 abandoned settlements in the north that have been abandoned by the Israelis. They just announced this week that there's not going back to school in northern Israel in the fall. This is the TOW system that I was talking about that you can see being used there. That's the reverse engineered, Iran reverse engineered the US TOW system. The Hezbollah calls it the Tufan system. So we've been seeing this all week. And again, Nasrallah in his speech this week pointed out that there's chemical factories worth $31 billion, technology factories worth $76 billion, power plants worth $9 billion, food factories worth $12 billion. And he said, Nasrallah said, these factories took 34 years to build and can be destroyed in half an hour. And Hezbollah has been striking deeper inside of Israel in response to the assassinations of their fighters on the ground. But Nasrallah has said these are not the response for Fuad Shukra, and that when the response for Shukra happens, we will all know it. And these are not those operations. So number 22 here is Ansar Allah doing their thing, downing another MQ-9 Reaper drone, $35+ million drone down over Sada Governorate in Yemen just a couple days ago. This is the 10th Reaper, U.S. Reaper.
These are supposed to be advanced stealth drones. They never want to talk about this on the media. How is Yemen, the poorest Arab nation, shooting down advanced stealth drones? I thought you couldn't see them.
Drone, United States Air Force MQ-9 Reaper drone downed by the Yemenis since 2017, and the 10th since 2017, and the 7th since the battle in the Red Sea began in solidarity with Gaza. We'll remember back in May, they got 3 in 3 weeks, and you can see the missile system is still intact on this one. And if we remember the previous one we showed, I showed you on the show, it looked like the Reaper drone was downed maybe by electronic warfare because it wasn't blown up. It was only it was a crash landing. Electronic warfare jamming is the suspect for that one. Yemeni armed forces using electronic warfare to bring that down. In any case, they have all the pieces, articulated pieces of the MQ-9 Reaper drone, which will surely end up in Iran. And you can see there the missile systems, the Hellfire missiles, and the JDAM kits on a 500-pound bomb.
This is
and those are going to end up.
You might as well have gave Iran one of your most advanced drones, because now they're going to reverse engineer it and use it against you.
Iran and be reverse engineered. And when we're reporting on the next war, I'll tell you about that. In the same way that I talked about the Almas anti-tank guided missile system that came from the Hezbollah capturing the Spike system in South Lebanon during the July war in 2006. So these Yemenis are standing on this, and the dialogue is essentially them standing on this, saying that the pride of U.S. manufacturing is under our feet. And as you can see, they're celebrating this. Previously, a couple of the drones they burned, but they've stopped doing that. They're now holding them, collecting them, and they know the value of them. We speculated about what kind of missile this is. We believe that these are being taken down by a Yemeni-built, Iranian engineered 358 missile. I've talked about that on previous shows, but Hezbollah cuts out just before they down the Hermes drones, which is a similar class to this MQ-9 Reaper. And we've seen the missiles fired from the ground, but it was dark in the previous Yemeni downings of these drones. But it looked like the consensus seems to be that these are 358, item 358. These were missiles that were have been interdicted before, and parts were found of them.
Revolutionary salute to our revolutionary brother Curtis Mitchell for the $4.99 donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
And this is the missile system that the Israelis have been worried about, because they knew that this system could hit their Hermes drones. So yeah, so the speaker says this plane was downed by the air defenses today of the Yemeni armed forces in the skies of the Sadr government while it was engaged in espionage activities. And also this week, Ansarullah commander Sayed Abdul Malik al-Badruddin al-Houthi delivered a speech almost immediately over the martyrdom of Ismail Haniyeh and Fuad Shukr. So, and sent millions of people into the streets on the Friday after that assassination as a response to that the Yemenis have been doing every Friday, but there was a massive demonstration last Friday. So the resistance axis powers are on side, understanding that this is a group battle. And as Nasrallah said, they might respond on their own. Iran might respond on their own. Or it might be all of the resistance axis fronts, the 7 fronts might respond all at the same time. And the psychological warfare of waiting for that is part of the cost, as Nora said, that Nasrallah said. And so the psychological operations are deep. A lot of people in Israel in the north, it's basically a ghost town. People are in their shelters. And there's panic in Israel. And the response, as Helena said, is almost certain to be larger than what we saw the first time when Iran struck, which was kind of a demonstrative test of Israel's air defenses. The Americans are trying to get them to make this one a demonstrative one as well, and rather than a painful one. But we'll see what the response is, because everybody has promised, Iran and Hezbollah has promised, there will be a response for this. So the clock is ticking on that. And that is the resistance report for this week, day 306.
And this mother had to witness her own daughter being burned alive in front of her. I don't even know what to say. I mean, this is...
Designers will pay for these crimes.
I'm speechless, really. Forget Ismail Haniyeh for a second. Forget the assassinations the Israelis just did. This mother alone, the Israelis deserve a response just for this mother alone. Never mind all the other mothers, never mind the assassinations. Do you see how much pain is being caused here? Do you see how much pain that is?
They'll punish you for it.
And then they demonize these people. They call these people invaders. They call these people, Amalek and Goyim and all sorts of racist things. I mean, if someone did that to me, if someone did that to you, what would you do afterwards? If someone, burns your children in front of you and you take up arms afterwards, you're the terrorist? I think burning someone's children in front of them is terrorism, me personally. I don't know about you. I think most of the world would agree with me, but nevertheless, we know Israelis don't really care. As a matter of fact, the Israeli finance minister was just saying that it may be justified in his grandiose opinion to starve 2 million Gazans, but the world won't let us. Oh, the poor guy. Poor Smotrich, Again, Smotrich, what a perfectly Middle Eastern name. So he says, blocking humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip is justified and moral, even if it causes 2 million casualties, 2 million people to die of hunger. But the international community won't allow that to happen. We bring aid in because there's no choice. We can't, in the current global reality, manage a war. Nobody will let us cause 2 million civilians to die of hunger, even though it might be justified and moral until our hostages are returned. Humanitarianism in exchange for humanitarianism is morally justified, but what can we do? We live in a certain reality. We need international legitimacy for this war. That's again, this is Israeli, democracy at work here. Remember, Israel's the only democracy in the Middle East. Just showing how, how much they respect international law and the Geneva Convention, and how they've applied these things domestically. Really an upstanding person, wouldn't you agree? What an upstanding human being. What a humanitarian. He can't, it's the world that's unfair. Why can't you let Jews in Israel starve 2 million people? Why is the world so anti-Semitic? I don't understand. By the way, there's a name for this. It's called genocide. You can call it, tango if you want. You can call it red if you want. You can call it whatever you want. PC. I don't care. The point is, it's wrong. Starving 2 million people is wrong. The supremacism here is so obvious. He puts the thing with hostages in there, but the Israelis really do believe this. They think that 100 Israelis are worth 2 million Palestinians. You have to be a racist, a supremacist, a nut job to believe something like that, right? I mean, again, I don't know what to say. And once again, just to showcase Israel's compassion and their respect for democracy and human rights, they drone striked 2 Al Jazeera journalists, Ismail Al-Ghul and Rami Al-Rifi. They murdered them with such precision that I saw one of the photographs from the car. One of them had his head completely missing. It's with that precision. Okay, so I want you to remember that when the Israelis claim that they are a democracy, when they claim that they care about press freedoms, when they claim they don't kill civilians, when they claim that they just have to drop 2,000-pound bombs on building blocks because they don't have any, they just don't have anything else. They obviously have more precise means. This is a moving vehicle, and they've blown one of these journalists' head off. Listen to one of his colleagues afterwards, and I agree with this caption. If a white correspondent delivered these words into a camera, the whole world would stop.
We do everything. We wear our press jackets, we wear our helmets. We try to not go to anywhere where is not safe. We try to go to anywhere where to keep our security, but we have been targeted in normal places where normal citizens are. We're trying to do everything, but at the same time, we want to report. We want to tell the world what's going on. It's heartbreaking to report this today, and it's heartbreaking to report Shireen's killing, Hamza's killing, and Samir's killing. And this is not the first time we're doing this, but every time it feels as if it's the first time. It's a great loss for us here, journalists in Gaza, and especially Al Jazeera's team losing such a colleague. We do everything. We wear our press jackets, we wear our helmets, we try to not.
Honestly, I think it's better for journalists not to wear the press vest, because the Israelis, when they see the press vest, it's like, when they see the fatigues that a doctor is wearing, for them, this is a target. Doctors in Gaza actually take off their their scrubs, basically, when they leave work, because they're afraid of being sniped or hit with a drone, precisely because they're doctors. And I think the same applies to journalists. And here they were taking off their press vests in protest. Look at the Americans try to justify this.
So in the same thing, journalists should not be punished for what they do anywhere in the world.
That is absolutely true, Said.
But we have seen yesterday is a premeditated crime to kill a journalist for doing their job. They were right there in the front of Ismail Haniya's home, just to show the destroyed home from our colleague from Al Jazeera, Ismail.
Okay, so they went to film in front of Ismail Haniya's home after he was assassinated, right? And that's how it began.
And his cameraman Rami, and they were told by the Israelis to leave the scene. They did. They got in their car and they moved, and then they were bombed. I mean, that is summary execution, isn't it?
Said, I spoke to this a little bit yesterday, and the good news that we have relating to these American citizens who have returned, who will be returning to the United States. I don't have an update on this other situation for you beyond that. Let me just say, because you've asked the question, the reports that you mentioned yesterday as well, we've seen those reports. We're tracking the details. We continue to engage with our partners in Israel about any additional information.
Empty words. What does that mean? We've seen the reports. We're continuing to track with our partners in Israel. About what? About what? Is there a zombie apocalypse? Was there a tanker oil spill? What happened? An oil tanker spill? Empty words. They mean literally nothing.
But beyond that, when we have talked about journalists who have been killed in Gaza, this is something that the secretary has spoken to a great deal. We have time and time again offered not just our condolences to Palestinian journalists killed in Gaza, but we have attempted to make clear just how vital the work of journalism has been.
Okay, that's very good. We know journalism is valuable. Yes. You offered your condolences. Guess what? We don't want your condolences. Just stop killing people. How about that? Because you're providing the bombs, right? So you can't say you're not responsible. Just stop killing journalists. No one wants your condolences. Save the condolences. Spare us. I mean, have you ever seen
to showcase the ongoing dire conditions in the Gaza Strip and how?
Yeah, what dire conditions? Who's causing the dire conditions? Can you elaborate? I really hate politicians. So I hate these mouthpieces so much. I don't even know why I do this. They're really, really scum. And then they try and justify this. The Israelis try and justify this by saying, well, these journalists like Al-Ghul, they're actually in Hamas. Obviously, they don't have any evidence, but they claim this. Now, let's say that's true for a second. I'll remind you just that Hamas is a political party. So when they say they're in Hamas, what does that mean in Hamas? Do they work as a clerk in a government building? Are they a resistance fighter? Are they a member of the political party? What does that mean they are in Hamas? Are they the leader of Hamas? What does that mean? Is it okay for a CNN journalist? Can Hamas go and assassinate a CNN journalist or a New York Times journalist or a Fox News journalist and then say, hey, they were a member of the Republican Party. We had to kill them. Sorry. Or, hey, they were embedded with the U.S. Army in Iraq. They were embedded with the Israeli army in Gaza. They're combatants. We had to kill them. Ironically, and I'm not saying it's justified, but ironically, the people being embedded with the U.S. Army and the Israeli army have done far more to kill people than anyone in Al Jazeera, all right, by a long stretch. But nevertheless, obviously, no journalists should be killed, even the scummy ones. Obviously, that goes without saying. I'm just reiterating it in case we have any nut job Zionists listening. But imagine Hamas assassinating an Israeli journalist or an American journalist saying, hey, they were a member of the Republican Party. They were a Democratic Party member. We had to kill them. Sorry. That's how it is. What kind of reasoning is that? And in the West, these people's colleagues, right? Other journalists in the West, they don't even ask, like, well, why did you kill these people? Where's your evidence for this, assertion that they're members of Hamas? Even if they were members of Hamas, what does that mean? Hamas is a political party. Why can't you be a member of Hamas? It's the biggest party in Gaza. What's wrong with being a Hamas member? Are there not journalists in America who are, no, nothing. It's just like, well, it's a given. It's a given that you kill an Al Jazeera journalist, of course, right? This is the mindset of people who call themselves reporters in the West. They don't even have a common, common decency, a basic shred of compassion for their own colleagues who do far more and literally give their lives to show us what's happening in Gaza, right? Who have far more integrity than they'll ever have. And as they killed these two journalists, they also killed Khaled al-Shawa, so a 17-year-old boy who is riding his bike. And while all of this is happening, you have a polio epidemic in Gaza now. There's an epidemic. It's not just a few cases. It's officially an epidemic. And you also have at least 40,000 cases of hepatitis in Gaza. Israeli media were ironically saying it's 100,000. Now the UN says it's 40,000. Regardless, I think we can all agree that this is not good. What it is biological warfare. When the Israelis are fermenting these conditions and creating these, this literal, ecosystem, allowing bacteria to flourish because they are, not allowing medicine in, they've cut off the water, they have besieged the Gaza Strip. This is what a medieval siege looks like. That's what would happen in a medieval siege. 1,000 years ago, 400, 500 years ago, when you would encircle a city and besiege a city and cut off the food and allow people inside to starve to death and to die of disease, this is the same thing. It's no different. It's the exact same thing. It's a medieval siege. The whole idea is to allow pathogens and diseases to develop, to flourish, right? Because people are cut off, because they are concentrated, like in a camp, because they are unable to access medicine. And if you don't have water, your body can't fight infections. That goes without saying, right? So even if you're wounded, you might die just because of a wound that is normally perfectly treatable, but or you have a fever, you can't recover. You can't do anything without water. Doctors can't work without water. You don't have water, it creates a million different problems. It's like when you cut off fuel, which the Israelis also did. So you see the problems that are arising from this. You don't have to be, a doctor or a biological, a biologist or an expert in pathogens in order to ascertain that this is going to happen. Obviously, everybody saw this coming, and we've been whining about this and complaining about this for months. And now it's here, and now they're just letting it continue. What's a polio epidemic? Whatever. Like let's just let it happen. I mean, calling this scummy behavior, it doesn't even come close, really. And so a few hours ago, the Israelis returned over 80 bodies of Palestinians to Gaza. These are bodies that are decomposing. And, it's like in the movies when the mob, they murder someone and then they just throw them out of a car and speed away. This is the same behavior. They have murdered 80 people, and then they just dump their bodies and go away. How is that not the same as the mob? It's actually worse than the mob, because the mob is not the mafia are not state actors, and the Israelis constantly want to ram this down our throats that they're a state. States they're not supposed to behave like this unless they're rogue Nazis. But I think we all know what Israel really is. And Palestinians have to identify their family members or try to identify their decomposing bodies. Can you imagine looking at your family members, in such a state? Would you tolerate that? What would you do if someone did that to you, if a country did that to you? What would you do? As a matter of fact, Gaza officials say Israeli forces took 2,000 bodies over the course of the war, okay? So over the course of 304 days of the genocide, the occupation has kidnapped more than 2,000 bodies of martyrs and dead people from dozens of cemeteries in the governorates of the Gaza Strip, which the occupation bulldozed with bulldozers and military vehicles and turned their graves over in a scene that violates humanity and human feelings. The Israeli occupation army, the one that Stephen Lenin, Yaxley Lenin likes to take photos with, desecrates the dignity of the bodies of 89 martyrs, handing them over as skeletons and decomposed corpses. I mean, I don't really know what to say. I don't know what to say. It's there's so many crimes, really, and what I've shown you is like nothing. I mean, this is like, not even half of what Israel did just today. And the journalists and the boy they killed a few days ago, but I mean, these crimes are ongoing. It's a daily thing. And the irony is that if you go and you look at Gaza, you look at the Jewish cemeteries in Gaza, they were kept in perfect condition. How do I know this? Because the Israeli soldiers in the last months, as they were invading Gaza, went and posed for photographs in these in a Jewish cemetery, and you can see it's been tended to, it's been taken care of, it hasn't been vandalized, unlike what people do to Muslim graves in England. Treated with, taken care of by Palestinian Muslims, as Arab Muslims do to Christian sites, in Syria and Lebanon, Palestine. They take care of them, they tend to them, and then what do the Israelis do to repay or return the favor to the Palestinian Muslims who have taken care of Jewish graves in Gaza? They go and bulldoze cemeteries, several cemeteries, containing old bodies, new bodies, people that have just recently been martyred, and film it even and post it online. I mean, if that is not terrorism, I don't know what is. To me, that is terrorism in every sense of the word. Not this Tony Blair, George Bush terrorism. I mean, real terrorism. It's designed to shock, to offend, to force into submission, to terrorize civilians. Desecrating is an understatement. I mean, we're not talking about someone spray painting a grave. They're bulldozing cemeteries, bulldozing them with, tractors and D9s. I mean, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Updates coming out of Israel. And I just want to warn everyone, trigger warning here before I show this video. I find it deeply disturbing, and you probably will too. We've been discussing for a while on this show the horrific abuse and torture and rape of Palestinian prisoners at this Israeli prison camp. You had a number of soldiers who were initially arrested, although I believe now they've all been released, were arrested by the Israelis because of raping a Palestinian prisoner, specifically sodomizing him. And there were riots that broke out, including government ministers in defense of those soldiers who, and let's go ahead and put the video up on the screen while I'm talking, who were on camera while they were committing this rape. So I'm going to play this out. You can see them getting the prisoner up. They're going to walk him over. They're going to shield themselves because apparently they know that they're being recorded. I believe this is like being live streamed into IDF headquarters. And so they shield what's going on with literal shields. But, this is where the horrific sexual assault occurs. And, the fact that there's video evidence and the fact that we have multiple mainstream media reports that say this was not an isolated incident. That particular prisoner, we can take this down now, that particular prisoner sustained horrific injuries, and that's part of why they felt that they had to, at least initially, arrest these soldiers. They're also playing a bit of a political game here with regard to the ICJ, the ICC, and also some countries that are putting pressure on them of trying to show through, a case or two, oh, of course we hold our people accountable. But again, when you look at the body of evidence, this was part of systematic torture and abuse of these prisoners that occurred regularly. So to show you the way that this is all being received within the state of Israel, I mean, this is, I don't even know what to say about this. They were debating on one of the Israeli news channels, and this is a quote unquote journalist for an Israeli daily newspaper who's arguing in favor of raping Palestinian prisoners and actually complains that the only problem he sees is that this isn't systematized, which actually there's a question about whether or not it is. The UN report, the Pramila Patton report, suggested that it was probably systematized. Put this up on the screen. I'm going to do my best to read the subtitles. He says, I don't give a rat's ass what they did to that Hamas man. I always remember, first of all, the only thing that is a problem for me here is that it's not a regulated policy of the state to abuse the detainees. He goes on, first of all, they deserve it. And it's great revenge that we need to give them. And secondly, maybe it will also serve as a little more as a deterrent. And he goes on from there. So unbelievable. And, I have been certainly a critic of our country. I'm very much a critic of our country in terms of our, support of what is happening here and our inability to criticize even these sort of horrific abuses. But I have never seen anything approaching this sort of argument being made in public in the US on any sort of cable news channel, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about that interview we did with that liberal Zionist. I mean, they're out of control. Like their society and their civil society is being pushed to the literal brink where what the hell are they going to look like after this, like a couple of years from now. When you open the Overton window to this type of activity, and then basically the breakdown of literal rule of law and of basic military justice. That irony too is like, you can hate the IDF all you want. For the generals are the ones who want to prosecute these guys, but then they are beholden to these far right wing protesters and like paramilitary style groups who are trying to break them out. So the secular religious divide and then the nationalist divide and all of that has now reached a point where they have a literal hostage of the government of this very powerful state with a monopoly on the use of force in the entire region and with nuclear weapons, I would add.
Yes, that's right. And this sentiment has become quite mainstream.
Yeah.
I don't know what the numbers are, but you can see by the fact that you have Likud party ministers, which Likud is the governing party, Bibi Netanyahu's party, who are making arguments such as this and protesting in support of these soldiers who raped on camera a Palestinian prisoner. Also really worth remembering, which we also learned from the reporting on the ground, that yes, I'm sure some of the prisoners who are being held are in fact Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad militants. Many of them are just Palestinian men who got swept up, because if you are a Palestinian man, you are automatically suspect. You are automatically assumed to be, quote unquote, Hamas. Not that even if this is a Hamas individual, obviously that doesn't excuse anything whatsoever, because if you are a civilized people and country, this is not how you treat anyone. So horrifying there. Our own Ryan Grimm did a fantastic job, of course, pressing State Department spokesperson / Ghoul, Matthew Miller, on, hey, they're running this open torture camp. It's very clear. We have multiple documented instances, and now we have this rape on camera. What do you think, U.S. government? How do you feel about this? And of course, you get nothing but denial, dodging, obfuscation as usual. Let's take a listen.
Finally, on this rape and torture center that seems to be pretty clear, all sides seem to agree that horrible things are taking place here.
They say
how is it still open? Does the U.S. believe that it needs to be closed at this point and just?
So we believe that all of the allegations need to be fully investigated, and anyone responsible needs to be held accountable. I think that's the appropriate first step before moving to anything else. We have seen the video, and reports of sexual abuse of detainees are horrific. They ought to be investigated fully by the government of Israel, by the IDF.
Ought to be investigated fully by Israel, Sagar. I'm sure they're going to be.
I mean, and that, look, especially considering that we were all basically gaslit about fake rape claims on October 7th, and it was held up by our president, by their government, and by our media, and this one is on camera. What really drives me crazy is the hypocrisy. Like, that's actually where I just come down. I'm like, what are we doing? Why are we subverting ourselves to this client state? That it's supposed to be a reverse relationship, but they just can't help themselves. And look, again, for the Israelis, I think domestically what's been happening over there, especially recently, is crazy and is going to be so detrimental to them in the long run, not only in terms of international legitimacy, but their own domestic populace. I mean, when you straight up can't prevent prisoners in a jail from being set free and having right-wing or like protesters be hostage, you don't have rule of law as a country anymore.
No.
You straight up, it's over. And this is a tiny ass country. This is not the United States of America. You can't even argue federalism or local or any of that. I mean, this is a small population, small place. And when they have control over nukes and all this, who knows what's going to happen there in the next 10 years?
Wow.
It's a big problem.
How about in the next 10 days?
Yeah.
Because, we're really on the brink here. And, I think we're all surprised that we haven't seen the Iranian response yet, but no, the Hezbollah response yet. But that doesn't mean that it's not coming. In fact, in some ways, the length of time that has gone by between the provocation and the expected attack is deeply worrying. So yeah, I mean, you have a society that's completely unhinged. And I don't throw the Nazi word around freely, but there is no other way to describe the rhetoric and the ideology that was being expressed on that television program. And the fact that that has become a mainstream enough view that the military is afraid to act to, adjudicate or hold accountable even the most egregious and obviously well-founded abuses is a terrifying state of affairs from our great friends, the Israeli government.
Totally crazy. Hey, if you like that video,
But background, does the United States ever second guess Israel, whether publicly or privately, the United States government?
Very few examples of that. Recall in the late 80s when the first Bush administration tried to do something about the settlements. James Baker talked about freezing loans to Israel or aid to Israel if it kept expanding settlements. And there was a big fight about that. And ultimately, in the end, according to history, ultimately Israel prevailed and U.S. aid continued unfettered. That was one rare case of a fight. I mean, there was also the case of the Obama administration shunning Israel when it made the Iran nuclear deal. But ultimately, who prevailed in that one as well? Netanyahu came to Congress, embarrassed Obama, and ultimately, under the Trump administration, the U.S. backed out, certainly pleasing people like Netanyahu. So sometimes you will have some rifts in public, but generally it's the U.S. backing down. Sometimes Israel is backed down. There was talk one time of Israel doing some sort of weapons deal involving China. This is a while ago, and the U.S. told Israel not to do it, and Israel did back down. But that's very rare. And right now, in the current moment, what are we having? We're having this farce going on 10 months now of the Biden administration claiming it's angry with Israel. Biden's frustrated with Netanyahu, while doing absolutely nothing to restrain him and providing him continued military support to carry out his mass murder campaign in Gaza. And but Netanyahu has become so bellicose that we've seen the Biden administration now pretending once again that Biden is mad at him and frustrated. But when it comes to tangible action, what has the Biden administration done? Nothing.
So, according to Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, David Barnea, who's the head of Mossad and the chief negotiator for the ceasefire, have said there's a deal on the table, let's take it. Bill Burns, the head of CIA, the chief American negotiator, says there's a deal on the table, let's take it. Hamas has agreed to the deal on the table. Is it fair to conclude that Netanyahu doesn't want any deal? He doesn't want any ceasefire because he's worried about Smotrich and Ben-Gvir and the others leaving his government, and then he can be exposed to prosecution once he's out of office?
I think there's no other conclusion to draw. And that's also the conclusion, according to Israeli media, that Israel's top security officials have drawn as well, that no matter what is negotiated when it comes to freeing the captives, that Netanyahu just will not take it because he's committed to his own political survival, as you mentioned, and to destroying Gaza as much as possible and making it uninhabitable for anyone who happens to remain there after this finally ends. And it's been obvious for a long time. President Biden even blurted it out in an interview with Time magazine over a month ago. He was asked, is it fair to assume that Netanyahu is prolonging this war for his own political survival? And Biden, in his typical gaffe-prone way, said, "I'm not going to comment on that." But then he immediately, in the next sentence, commented and said, "Yes, that is a fair conclusion to draw about Netanyahu." So everybody knows it, and it's so obvious that now the Biden administration has been forced to drop its pretend claim that Hamas is the sole obstacle to a ceasefire deal. That's what Antony Blinken's been saying for months and months, that this is up to Hamas and Hamas only if they just take the deal. Netanyahu has become so belligerent and out of control, going so far as to assassinate Hamas's top negotiator, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, that even the Biden administration has now been forced to privately admit that they don't think that Netanyahu wants a deal. That's what a U.S. official recently told Haaretz as well. So it's just so out in the open, it's impossible to conceal anymore, despite the Biden administration's best efforts.
Tell us about the conversation that Biden and Netanyahu had, in which Biden accused Netanyahu of lying. What did he accuse him of lying about?
Well, this is, again, according to leaks doled out to friendly journalists like at Axios, that Biden's really fed up with Netanyahu. He reportedly raised his voice and said, "Stop BSing me." And what Biden is supposedly claiming Netanyahu has lied to him about is Netanyahu's sincerity in reaching a ceasefire deal. But the problem is, Biden has known that Netanyahu is not sincere about reaching a ceasefire deal. he just can't hide anymore that he knows that, because it's so out in the open, with Netanyahu going and assassinating Ismail Haniyeh and doing everything he can to block an agreement. So these leaks come out of the White House. They're just a PR gesture, because everyone's known all along that Netanyahu is not serious. And Biden is just doing what he can to save face, because tethering himself to Netanyahu has become so politically toxic in the US, especially as we're heading into an election campaign where the Biden administration, wanting to elect Kamala Harris now, needs to pretend as if it's been pressuring Israel and if it's been pushing for a ceasefire, and needs to create the illusion of some sort of distance between themselves and Netanyahu, when willfully all along they've been with Netanyahu all the way. Back in October, Biden said that he endorses Netanyahu's stated goal of eliminating Hamas entirely, which meant eliminating Gaza. That's what that means in real life, because that's what Israel is bombing, is the Gaza Strip, destroying its civilian infrastructure, which Biden has supported all of the way. And what's interesting is, so yes, we get these leaks saying that Biden's fed up, but what do we get publicly? Publicly, we get a readout from the White House of the call between Biden and Netanyahu. Doesn't even mention a call for a ceasefire. What it says is, we support diplomacy, okay, which is very benign. It also says we're going to fully support Israel in response to threats from Iran, which means in real life, we're going to continue enforcing Israeli aggression as it carries out not only mass murder in Gaza, but also expands the conflict to Lebanon and Iran. And accordingly, Biden sent new military deployments to Middle East. So that's what we're getting in real life. Military deployments to back up Israel and support its aggression. And we're getting simultaneously these face-saving leaks to friendly media outlets who will print them to create the illusion that Biden's getting tough on Netanyahu.
When you and Max and the others were part of the 50 to 100,000 people not covered by mainstream media who were demonstrating against Netanyahu's address to the Congress, did you know that he was going to accuse you of being bought and paid for by, I can't say this with a straight face, by the Iran government? Is there a scintilla of evidence that the Iran government paid for demonstrations against him?
No, there's no evidence, but look, I wasn't surprised when he said it. This is the standard playbook of anybody trying to demonize dissent. They just accuse people protesting U.S. policy of being in the pocket of a foreign country. We saw that with Russiagate. This is a very, very old playbook, and it just gets deployed by both sides, by both Democrats and Republicans every single time. And Netanyahu obviously is repurposing it for his own purposes. What I found striking, as Max Blumenthal has pointed out, is the amount of time that Netanyahu spent demonizing protesters in his speech. This wasn't just one line calling people useful idiots. He went off for a very, very long time, which speaks to the nervousness he feels about his position and how afraid he is of U.S. public opinion turning against him, because he knows that he can't carry out his aggression without U.S. support. So therefore, he needed to take the time to demonize the people in the public who stand in the way of his goals. And amazingly, of course, he got a rapturous applause from lawmakers who were supposed to be representing the American public. And here's Netanyahu calling everybody who disagrees with him a useful idiot in the pocket of Iran. And the Biden administration is backed up in that. They only differed by saying, we don't think everybody was paid by Iran, but we certainly think some people were. So that's the moderate Biden administration, neo-McCarthyite approach.
Show me the evidence, but because it doesn't exist. The 58 standing ovations, the longest one was in response to that useful idiots. The longest demonstration was by members of Congress who took the same oath I did when I became a judge to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, which includes the First Amendment. The longest demonstration was a condemnation of the exercise of free speech by a foreign leader about Americans exercising their free speech. It's one of the most reprehensible things I have seen, was that particular wild, maniacal, rapturous, as you and Professor Sachs have called it, response.
It was shameful. And look, we just got a new iteration of this subordination to a foreign country in a Missouri primary race where Cori Bush, a progressive Democrat, who was the first person to sponsor a ceasefire resolution for Gaza, she's just been defeated. And, people in her district have their criticisms of her. And this race wasn't just about Israel-Palestine, but AIPAC, a pro-Israel lobby group, spent $8 million to defeat her. $8 million.
In a Democratic primary in the Midwest.
Yeah, yeah. And this is after they spent millions of dollars to defeat Jamal Bowman. So now this is two black progressive lawmakers being defeated. And what is the main source of their opposition? It's a foreign lobby group spending millions of dollars to oust them simply because they wanted to stop Israel's mass murder campaign in Gaza. And does anybody question this foreign interference after, you know, years and years of hyperventilation about mythical Russian bots and Russian hackers interfering in our sacred elections? Does anybody from either party in the mainstream question this consistent interference on behalf of a foreign state? Nobody does, because it's been totally normalized. And Netanyahu's useful idiots comment and now Cori Bush's defeat are just the latest examples of that.
Talk to us, please, if you will, about the current situation in Israel with respect to culture. Now, here's what I mean. I read a piece in Haaretz this morning arguing that there's a surprising, and from the point of view of the author, shocking unification between the Zionists and the liberal Jews in Israel, who taste some sort of a victory coming. Is that a realistic appraisal of the state of Israel today, the state of Israeli politics and culture today?
Yeah, in terms of people who are united behind, you know, supremacy, chauvinism, warmongering, yeah, I do. I mean, many people who call themselves liberal Zionists are full-on supporters of Israeli mass murder in Gaza, and have forgotten about things they used to talk about, like the occupation of the West Bank and Gaza. That's what Israel has become. What's called the peace movement in Israel is pretty much dead. There's a small number of people who are on principle opposed to occupation and mass murder, but their ranks have really declined in Israel. You speak to, or you listen to interviews with, you know, even critics of the Israeli government, and they'll still say that people around the world who criticize Israel, a lot of it is driven by anti-Semitism. They really do believe that. It's a very sorry state of affairs inside Israel, a country where right now there's people on TV talking about how we need to be committing sexual abuse against Palestinian prisoners, and angry that there's some sort of legal constraints on that, and how that's become such a widespread opinion that there was even recently a riot over it, where people stormed a military base where some soldiers were being held for sexually abusing Palestinian prisoners. And there's a crowd of hooligans, including apparently some Israeli lawmakers who came to support the sexual assaulters. Incidentally, another outcome of the manufactured claim that there was sexual assault by Hamas on October 7th has been to actually help whitewash and ignore the actual sexual assault committed by Israeli soldiers against Palestinian prisoners. So this is a very troubled society, to put it mildly.
The sexual assault, I don't want to get too graphic, committed by the Israeli soldiers on the Palestinian prisoner was truly sickening and required significant surgery in order to remove what had been forced into his private parts. And it was the physicians who reported this to Israeli authorities, which resulted in the arrest of these 9 people. And then Ben Gvir's people let them out. They're now home and free and probably not going to be prosecuted. In the same week that Ben Gvir, who's the rough equivalent of the head of the FBI if Israel had an FBI, correct me if I'm wrong on that. In the same week that Ben Gvir gave his blessing to this, Smotrich said, we really should starve to death the 2 million residents of Gaza. And the only reason we don't is what? We'll make too many enemies in the world? Not that we can't, not that there's a moral objection to it, but there'll be a political blowback.
That is what he said. And in saying that, he sort of answered the question put out by Israeli apologists who, when Israel's accused of genocide, they say, well, if Israel's really guilty of genocide, then why haven't they just killed everybody inside Gaza? Well, that Israeli minister gave the answers, because there are some constraints on Israel, but it's not as if they don't want to. They do see the Palestinians as subhuman. They are bent on mass murder. And yes, you don't have to kill every single person living in a concentration camp to be guilty of genocide. The intent is a big part of it, and Israeli officials like him have absolutely declared their intent.
Is force the only way to end an occupation?
Well,
and of course, I'm talking about, what I'm talking about, Gaza, the West Bank, the Golan Heights.
Well, Israel has certainly imparted the lesson that, yes, we're only going to end our occupation by force because that's what we live by. A former Israeli national security advisor recently said that this region only understands military force. He was, in fact, projecting because throughout its history, Israel has only understood military force. The one time it gave up territory that it stole, when it gave up the Sinai, which it stole from Egypt, was after the 1973 war, when Egypt and Syria almost reclaimed their territory from Israel by force. And that scared Israel. And Israel realized that it had a problem defending too much stolen territory. And also, that if it made a deal with Egypt, then that could actually free up more space for it to colonize more Palestinian land in the occupied West Bank, especially, which was its top priority. So that's the one time Israel gave up stolen territory, is when it was made to be alarmed by a show of force. It's had so many diplomatic opportunities to resolve all the conflict that it faces, to have the real peace in the region. The Arab states, all of them, for decades now, have endorsed a peace plan in which they've said to Israel, we'll recognize you if you withdraw from the occupied territories, from the West Bank and Gaza, and allow for a Palestinian state there with shared sovereignty over Jerusalem, and also have a just resolution to the refugee issue, addressing the rights of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians and their descendants, now in the millions, who were displaced by Israel in 1948. That's been the offer on the table. Everybody supports it. Arab states, Iran has even voiced support for it. Even members of Hamas have voiced support for it, including Ismail Haniyeh, the political leader of Hamas. He said many times that Hamas would accept that. He said it after October 7th. In October, he said, we're ready for negotiations. We're ready for a two-state solution. Israel, rather than engaging with any of these diplomatic overtures, has chosen at every single juncture force. And they've been able to do so because they're backed up by the other major rejectionist state, which is the U.S., which also, despite paying lip service to the two-state solution to a Palestinian state, has supported every single Israeli effort to undermine that outcome. And that's why we're in the situation that we're in today. So the lesson that Israel has imparted to everybody in the region is that the only way we're ever going to stop being aggressive, stop colonizing, is through military force. So every single threat that we have right now derives from Israel's fundamental rejection of Palestinian self-determination and the fact that they have the U.S. to support them in doing so.
Going to play a short clip of Netanyahu defying David Barnea, the head of Mossad, who says Hamas has accepted the ceasefire agreement. I think he's lying because he says Hamas has not agreed to the most basic terms, but I'll let you, of course, reply to it. Cut number 2, Chris.
These briefings harm the negotiations, and unfortunately, they also throw sand in the eyes of the dear families of the hostages. They create a false representation that Hamas agreed to the deal, and it is the Israeli government that opposes it. The exact opposite is true. The simple truth is that until this moment, Hamas has not agreed to the most basic terms of the outline.
True or not?
As his own ministers told him, it's not true. They have agreed to it. That's why his officials are urging him to take the deal. And his response is to pretend as if Hamas has not accepted the deal and to berate his ministers for even holding the meeting. Note his first comment there, that these sort of briefings undermine our goals. Yeah, they do undermine our goals because his goal is destroying Gaza and showing the world that there is a diplomatic opportunity to end the war and the mass murder campaign in Gaza interferes with his efforts. So this is Netanyahu. He's always indignant at anybody who dares to question him, to dare undermine his political ambitions, his agenda of completely dominating Palestinians, not granting them any seat at the table, not recognizing them as anywhere being close to equal. And that's what he's taking umbrage with here, is simply being defied.
Senator Lindsey Graham, we could stop right here, but Senator Lindsey Graham has introduced an authorization to use military force against Iran. I don't believe it will be successful. On the other hand, given the penchant of this administration, this government, if they want to attack Iran, they're going to attack Iran under the guise of defending Israel. Is there any conceivable threat that Iran poses to the security of the United States of America?
Iran only threatens U.S. and Israeli hegemony in the Middle East. And that's why there's this obsession in Washington from both parties with confronting Iran. Iran has made many overtures to the U.S. over the years, which have been rebuffed. The Bush administration most significantly rejected a really serious diplomatic opportunity that they had with Iran. Obama slightly eased that stance by engaging with the Iran nuclear deal. But even then, the bellicosity in Washington towards Iran is so strong that Obama never even fully fulfilled his obligations under the Iran deal. And then Trump comes in and then immediately, or not immediately, but pretty quickly kills the Iran nuclear deal. Iran supports people in the region who fight back. They support Hezbollah, which was created as a response to the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, which killed tens of thousands of people. They are an ally of Syria, which is part of the resistance axis against Israel and the U.S. Iran supplies some support to the Houthis in Yemen, but not as much as has been claimed by the U.S. And if you're a hegemon, you hate people who resist you, who defy your hegemony. So that explains this obsession with Iran in Washington. And Lindsey Graham has been a longtime advocate of trying to confront Iran for that reason, because he believes fully in U.S.-Israeli supremacy and wants to enforce it. So therefore, anybody who stands in the way should be taken out. So his recent resolution to authorize bombing of Iran's oil facilities, he's been doing that for a very, very long time.
Is it true that the IDF is currently exhausted and the collective will of the actual grunts on the ground is let us go home, and they're begging their commanders to beg the civilian leadership to let us go home? And if that is true, wouldn't Netanyahu be most unwise to pick a fight with Hezbollah at this time?
It wouldn't surprise me if that were true. It's hard to generalize like what is the predominant mood in a very, very large army at this stage, especially given that in Gaza, the fighting in terms of combat is pretty limited. A lot of what the military action in Gaza is simply just bombing buildings, civilian buildings from afar, because Israel doesn't want to do much fighting. And when they do, they don't do very well. But I wouldn't be surprised if after 10 months of mass murder, there is some general fatigue. If you meet, just anecdotally, if you meet Israelis around the world who've served in the military, I mean, my impression is often that these are people who are broken, who are very troubled by what, and fair enough, because they're serving in an occupying army that is there to enforce the longest running military occupation in the world. So that wouldn't surprise me at all. But you have Netanyahu and his cabinet who are obsessed with taking on anybody who fights back. That's why they want to take out Hezbollah. That's why they assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Iran. They could have gotten them elsewhere, but they wanted to send a message to Iran, I think, trying to provoke them into doing something that could then bring the U.S. in to the fight. And I think that's what Netanyahu is counting on. And so far, if the Biden administration's public moves are any indication, Biden administration is backing up Netanyahu and would go to war with him if that does break out, which, of course, we all hope to avoid. But Netanyahu and his cabinet and the broader Israeli society, this commitment to aggression and occupation, it's leaving its opponents with few other choices but to fight back, because they just will not stop with their aggression.
Typically, I think what is foundational to your analysis of foreign policy and international relations is that you have an understanding, or you try to develop an understanding about the rational strategic interest and motives that particular leaders have and how they respond to threats to their country or perceived threats, and sort of the dynamic of power that forms it. And what I understand you to be saying here is that although you are able to ascertain with some degree of clarity what the motive of Iranian leaders are, you're not able to understand the motives of Israeli leaders in terms of why they were willing to embark on a path of this sort, which, for all the talk about Iran and the West and this propagandistic framework being some insane, irrational, religiously fanatical country, the reality is that everyone in that region knows the various rules and the frameworks, and they've been around each other for a long time. Everybody understands that what the response has to be. The Israelis, I assume, understood what they were doing when they carried out this assassination. So before I offer some hypotheses, including based on my interview earlier today with Israeli human rights group, B'Tselem, and who said some pretty dark things and disturbing things about the tenor of Israeli discourse right now, what are the possible theories for what is motivating Israeli officials and leaders to embark on this course?
Well, Glenn, it's a tricky issue here because, we refer to Israeli officials, but if you look at what's happening inside of Israel, it's quite clear that there's a huge battle taking place between the Israeli military and intelligence establishment on one side and Prime Minister Netanyahu on the other side. There are a good number of people who think that Netanyahu's policy in Gaza, for example, is misguided and that the Israelis should agree to a ceasefire right now. We're not talking about a bunch of pussycats here. We're talking about people at the highest levels of the Israeli military, the IDF, and the Israeli intelligence community. But Netanyahu himself and a number of the ministers to his right are not in favor of doing that. They do not want a ceasefire. They want to continue the war in Gaza. And I think the same thing is true with regard to picking a fight with Iran. I think there are a good number of officials in Israel who think this makes no sense at all. But Netanyahu does not believe that. As best I can tell, his basic view is, when Israel's in trouble, the best solution is to use the gun to escalate militarily. And historically, the Israelis could get away with this. I mean, we can talk about how the world has changed in a way that's to the detriment of Israel in this regard. But in the old days, the Israelis relied very heavily on their military, and that military was capable of winning quick and decisive victories, whether it's 1948, 1956, 1967, 1973, right? In those days, the Israelis had a military that was capable of solving problems quite quickly and quite effectively. But that world has gone away. And as you and I discussed in the first part of the show, it's hard to tell a story where the Israelis use military force against Hezbollah and against Iran and come out with a victory. And if anything, it looks like they're going to pay an awful price.
On the before we get to a little bit more on the Israeli motive, what about the fact that they are already caught up in a major, urban warfare battle for the last 10 months? By all accounts, Israeli reservists and people in the military are sort of exhausted. I mean, they've been fighting a major war for 10 months now and counting. There's battles between Orthodox Jews and civil society about whether they should have to enlist in the military. How does that affect the ability of the Israelis to fight on a completely different front or multiple fronts regarding Hezbollah and Iran?
Well, there's no question that the ultra-Orthodox basically refuse to serve in the military. And given that they are now 13% of the population and they are growing in numbers, I read somewhere the other day that by the year 2050, 48% of the population that is eligible for military service will be ultra-Orthodox. Just think about that. 48% of your population is ultra-Orthodox, and the ultra-Orthodox basically don't serve in the military. You can get away with that, Glenn, if you fight short wars. And as I said to you a minute ago, in the old days, the Israelis fought short wars. Think about the 6-day war, right? But this is not a short war. And if you think about what we're saying here, we don't see any end in sight to these conflicts, right? And if you have a military that's heavily dependent on reservists, you're going to wear those reservists out. And at the same time, you're not going to be able to call on a reasonably large slice of your population. It's now 13%, but the number will increase over time to serve in the military, to help out those existing reservists. So the Israelis have a real manpower problem inside their military that looks like it only gets worse with the passage of time. And this creates huge problems for the IDF. But the other dimension to this, which has nothing to do with manpower, which is of tremendous importance, is the coming of missiles. In the old days, missiles just didn't matter very much. They were not irrelevant, but they didn't matter all that much. Now you have a situation where Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, the Houthis, all have missiles and rockets, and they are aimed at Israel. And this is a huge problem for Israel because there's no easy way to deal with this missile threat, as we're seeing today. And if anything, the missile threat is going to get worse with the passage of time because missiles are proliferating, their accuracy is improving, the yield of the warhead is improving, and the end result is you have an Israel that is surrounded externally by a number of adversaries that have rockets and missiles. And then you marry that to the centrifugal forces inside the society that you were talking about, right? It's ultra-Orthodox versus secular. And even within the secular community, you have right-wingers and left-wingers and so forth and so on. When you think about all of those centrifugal forces, and then you think about the external threat environment, you see that Israel is in really deep, deep trouble today, and it only gets worse with the passage of time.
What I don't want to be reductive about your foreign policy views and your view of international relations, but my understanding of it, having talked to you many times and read a lot of things you've written over the years about it, is in some way, I think it kind of relies on an assumption that the decision makers of a country are acting on, to some extent at least, based on enlightened self-interest. That is, you can predict outcomes to some extent by understanding the strategic perspective of one country or another based on what's in their self-interest, how they respond based on their realist view of where they are in the world and how power operates. To what extent, though, do you think inside at least some sector of Israel, there are impulses and desires and sentiments and decisions that aren't being driven by rational self-interest, but instead maybe some kind of religious messianic views, or maybe just still an ongoing kind of irrational rage over October 7th. They say irrational not because it's in word anger, but because it's sort of piling up, and the desire for vengeance seems to be in some way increasing. All of that might impel the Israelis to have motives beyond, as you say, you can't understand why they're willing to go down that path. To what extent do you think that's possibly a part of it?
Let me make 2 points, Glenn. First of all, my view of international relations is that states usually act rationally. They usually act according to realist logic. But no theory can account for every case. And there are a good number of cases, not the majority by any means. My intuition is about 25% of the cases out there don't fit with the realist story. And there are cases where great powers like the United States do act in an irrational or non-rational way. I think I could make a compelling case that the invasion of Iraq in 2003 was irrational. I think I could make a case that the Bay of Pigs, the Kennedy administration's performance during the Bay of Pigs operation, was irrational. So it's important to understand that sometimes states do act irrationally, or to put it in slightly different terms, they don't act according to realist logic. Now, My second point has to do with Israel. There was a piece in Haaretz today about the growing interest in messianism inside of Israel, which dovetails with what you are saying. And it's a really worrisome piece, because the argument in the piece is that it's not only people who are deeply religious who are being caught up in this messianic fervor. It's people who tend to be on the right. So it could be. I haven't studied what's going on inside Israel careful enough to know if that's playing a key role in driving the train. Furthermore, you could argue that some of it has to do with the fact that Netanyahu understands that if he leaves office, or he ends the war and leaves office, that he'll then be held accountable by the Israeli judicial system, because he is under indictment. And therefore, he has a vested interest in keeping this war going forever and ever. And that, of course, would not be rational. So you can make that kind of argument. You made the argument also about rage. The fact that October 7th has blinded the Israelis. It has knocked a few gyroscopes loose, and therefore they're behaving in remarkably foolish ways. I mean, that is possible. It's just very hard for someone like me to assess what's going on inside Israel and going on inside the head of key policymakers at this point in time. I imagine that afterwards we can, look at what happened and make some sort of sound judgments, but it's just hard to say now. But I would say, just looking at how Israel is behaving today, in my humble opinion, it is not rational. It's not what I would be doing if I was driving the train in Israel. And as you know, I am a hard-nosed realist. I'm not a softie. So I would be willing to use force if necessary. But I think that Israel's behavior does not make good strategic sense.
Well, that's, I guess, what I was alluding to. I mentioned just a little bit ago this interview we conducted with a representative of the Israeli human rights group, Beth Salem, and they had just this week released a very well-documented report about systemic torture and all kinds of deranged abuses taking place inside the Israeli administrative detention system, where people are imprisoned with basically no due process, or not convicted of crimes. And it's well documented what's going on inside those prisons now. And just this week, there were well-documented stories about Palestinian prisoners being anally raped to the point where they have to be hospitalized by the IDF prison guards. And it's by no means the case that Israel is the first country in history to engage in those abuses when they're in a state of war. But, I remember when the U.S., and this wasn't all that long after 11, when the Abu Ghraib images emerged, it was a source of great national shame. Nobody came out and defended that, or virtually nobody. No one said, oh, well, the people we're dealing with are so primitive and animalistic that we should be, sexually assaulting them and humiliating them and torturing them and stripping them of their humanity. There was this kind of sense that maybe it was for strategic reasons, but I think it was moral reasons as well. There was a kind of disgust about it. The people who did it were fired. They were disgraced. And now what you're seeing in Israel, I mean, even members of the Knesset went to the IDF base where some of those Israeli soldiers were detained who were responsible for the rape, and tried to break into the base in order to object to the detention of the Israelis. You go and look at the most mainstream Israeli television networks, and you will hear on these programs people not denying that it's taking place, but justifying it, even calling for more of it, saying my only objection is that it's not done systemically by the Israeli state. We should be doing this as an instrument of torture and vengeance. They deserve it. That is some very dark sort of rhetoric, not on the corners or at the fringes, but very close to the mainstream of Israeli politics. And so I guess what I'm asking you, and I understand you're saying it's kind of hard for you to judge based on your distance and the fact that you're not in the middle of it. And I totally get that. I feel the same way. But have we seen things since October 7th from the Israelis that give you concern that some of that is at least at the steering wheel?
I think there's no question that the Israelis are doing absolutely horrible things to the Palestinians. But you want to remember that Israel has long been an apartheid state. And to run an apartheid state, you have to dehumanize the Palestinians. There's just no way around that. So the Palestinians have long been dehumanized, and they have been treated in the most ruthless ways for a long period of time. I think what happened is that after October 7th, that horrible treatment was jacked up even further, largely as a result of the shock of October 7th and the way it was portrayed in Israel. So I think this horrific behavior that you've seen since October 7th is really consistent with what was going on beforehand. Although I think what was going on beforehand, this is going to sound funny, but I think it's accurate, was not as horrific as what has happened since then. And this is, not altogether surprising. You talked about Abu Ghraib, but the better example to use, Glenn, has to do with what happened at the black sites to people like Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and the main perpetrators of the 9/11 attacks. The reason that you can't put those people on trial, as so many people would like to do, is that if you put them on trial, all of the information or lots of the information will come out about what the CIA did to them in those black sites. And under no circumstances does the CIA want that information to come out. That's why they destroyed those tapes, because it would probably make Abu Ghraib look like a picnic. And what I'm saying here is that, in the wake of 9/11, what happened is that the CIA basically lost its mind, or the administration lost its mind temporarily, and did absolutely horrendous things to these perpetrators of 9/11. And I think what's happened in Israel is a similar thing, that after October 7th, the Israelis were willing to do absolutely horrible things to the Palestinians, and there has been no end to that. And this is, again, not terribly surprising given the history of Israel's treatment of the Palestinians, which is to treat them as subhumans.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of push a little bit at that point, I mean, in terms of the analogy between the post 9/11 reaction of the Americans and the post October 7th reaction of the Israelis, you said the CIA's treatment of the perpetrators of the 9/11 attack. I think, we're finally now seeing some evidence emerge from those CIA black sites. The first photo ever was just released and published in the New York Times of an extremely emaciated and obviously psychologically abused person after a year in one of those sites. But it turns out that a lot of those people who were put in Guantanamo, were transferred in the rendition program, or were not actually perpetrators of 9/11, but were utterly innocent. And a lot of the detainees in the Israeli camps, or you could call kind of torture camps, are not even from Gaza. They're people who have been there before October 7th. They obviously didn't participate in that attack. They're people from the West Bank. They're people the Israelis are releasing, which is an admission that obviously they're not dangerous terrorists. And they're the ones coming out and saying, we're being abused. I guess the distinction I'm drawing was that I know, and I remember this so well, since this is really the first thing I focused on as a journalist, was there was always a sense of shame around what the U.S. was doing. I mean, they didn't want the photos released. They didn't want it to be known what we're doing. Abu Ghraib was the one time that it kind of made manifest, and we acted as though we were all horrified. Whereas that seems to be missing in a lot of Israeli discourse. I watched Israeli discourse over the last 2 weeks, and they were explicit. A lot, not I say they. I mean, a lot of them were horrified, but many were explicitly in favor of that kind of treatment, and even advocating that more of it be done, which is a kind of coarseness in mainstream discourse and a crudity and just a kind of, maybe you could say, evil that I don't think I've seen before from a democratic country.
I agree completely, and I apologize for giving the impression that I was trying to equate the American reaction with the Israeli reaction. I agree completely. And just to buttress your point, just think about all the videos that Israeli soldiers are posting on sites like TikTok or X, where they are in those videos doing terrible things to Palestinians, and they're proud to post them. It's just horrible what they're doing, the Israelis are doing. And not just in terms of killing people or torturing people, but in terms of humiliating them as well. It's hard to believe the extent to which the Israelis are willing to humiliate innocent Palestinians. The idea that they're killing pregnant women and bragging about the fact that it's a 2-for-1 is truly disgusting. And I don't want to make light of that for 1 second. And I think in the United States at this point in time, if you did something like that, you would pay a truly serious price, as should be the case. So I do think in terms of the reaction of the publics in Israel and in the United States to this horrific kind of behavior, there is a significant difference.
Right. And I guess the question is, how does that affect their behavior internationally or in terms of war responses or foreign policy and the like? Let me just ask you a question about the broader region. In the wake of the Israeli bombing of Gaza, we saw a lot of populations in that region becoming quite agitated in opposition to the Israeli bombing of Gaza. A lot of these countries are run by US-supported dictators, whereas the populations have much different ideas. The whole point of those dictators are kind of to keep the public sentiment in control and suppressed. But we've started to see some very large public protests in places like Jordan, other US allies, to the point that it at some point looked like it may become destabilizing. What would be the impact of, say, an Israeli mass bombing campaign of Lebanon, or some broader regional conflict that escalates significantly from where we are now in terms of these other countries in that region as well?
It's hard to say. I mean, you can easily imagine in Jordan, the government being overthrown. I mean, roughly half, if not more, of the population in Jordan is Palestinians. Lots of those people were driven out, or they're descendants of people who were driven out of Israel in the various ethnic cleansings. So you could see the king being overthrown. Similar situation in Egypt. It might be the case, however, if the IDF were to, bomb Lebanon and destroy Beirut, that what would happen is that the king of Jordan and Sisi, who was the leader of Egypt, sided with the people against Israel. They just joined in the condemnation, and they both survived as a result. That's another possibility. It's just hard to say how it plays itself out. But the two countries that matter here, which are the two you went to, are Jordan and Egypt. And Jordan and Egypt have both had good relations with the United States, have had good relations with Israel. And this is in large part, by the way, a result of the fact that those are two economically bankrupt countries that depend on American largesse to keep them afloat. And that's the coercive leverage we have over both Jordan and Egypt, right? It's economic leverage that we have. We tell Sisi, and we told the king in Jordan, that if they don't dance to our tune vis-a-vis Israel, we'll cut off the economic aid. And that will bring them both down. So these are two governments, the Jordanian government, the Egyptian government, that are remarkably pro-Israel, given that they're Arab states.
And US-supported Arab dictators, which is strange given how often we're told that we hate authoritarianism and tyranny and try to spread democracy everywhere in the world. I don't think we want that in either Jordan or Egypt, or places like Saudi Arabia, or any country in that region, really. All right, let me ask you the sort of elephant in the room that's been hovering over everything we've been talking about since the start, which is the question of what this means for the United States. And just, I don't want to be glib about this, but the reason Joe Biden was forced out of the race was because his own party basically not only concluded, but made publicly very clear that they believe he's in a sort of state of serious cognitive decline, that was evident in the debate. You're talking about very complex and sensitive and highly consequential questions that an American president would be making that I don't believe, or doesn't seem like Joe Biden really can participate in the way that he could have before. And obviously the vice president is focused only on one thing, which is making sure that she replaces him and not Donald Trump. So who do you think are making these decisions? And does it really matter in terms of just, I don't know, questions about like democracy and stuff?
well, leaving aside the question of whether this is democratic or not, I think the big question you have to ask yourself is, if Joe Biden were not the president, if Donald Trump were the president, or Barack Obama were the president, or Hillary Clinton were the president, would our policy since October 7th have been different? The story I usually tell is it would make no difference at all because of the power of the Israel lobby. There's no American policymaker who could really play hardball with Israel, especially after October 7th. I have a number of friends who do believe that if Barack Obama had been president, he would have put significant pressure on Israel that would have had an effect on Israeli behavior. I actually don't believe it. I hope they're true. We're never going to get to run the experiment because we can only do it one time, and Joe Biden was in the driver's seat. But I would just say, as a general point, Glenn, it's hard to imagine any president really playing hardball with the Israelis, both before October 7th and after October 7th. And I think whether Trump comes back into the White House or Kamala Harris becomes the president, not much is going to change. I like Harris's rhetoric more than I like Trump's rhetoric on the Israel issue. But rhetoric is rhetoric. The question is, what happens when the rubber hits the road? And it's just very hard to imagine any American politician getting tough with Israel. And that's unfortunate, not only for us, but for Israel as well.
Okay, so I agree with that, obviously. And given that, earlier when you were describing the risk of escalation, you were saying the United States is going to do everything possible to prevent or try to prevent the kind of escalation that might get very out of hand very quickly. And given that we have our own soldiers and seamen and airmen and the like deployed in the region, that incentive is even higher. But then the question becomes, given the proven unwillingness of the United States government to impose serious limits on Israel, how many times we've seen since October 7th, the Israelis not only reject U.S. directions, even when Biden called things a red line, but humiliate the U.S. government by making very clear that they were the ones in control and not the U.S. What can the U.S. really do? I mean, if Israel is intent on a broader regional conflict, why would the U.S. have any leverage, since the U.S. has already made very clear that they're going to do everything necessary to side with Israel in the conflict?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think the Americans had no influence, virtually no influence, on Israel's move to initiate this conflict. What happened on April 1st, and then again what happened on July 31st. We had virtually no influence there. And we're going to get a war in all likelihood. The question is, can we, once that war starts, exercise coercive leverage over the Israelis? And my view is that once the war starts and you go up the escalation ladder, the Israelis will quickly develop an interest in putting an end to the conflict, because they'll see the cost, number one, and they'll see that if they go further up the escalation ladder, they're not going to win. There's no war-winning strategy here. And I think given that situation, we will be able to push the Israelis. Course is too strong a word, but we'll be able to push the Israelis hard, and the Iranians and Hezbollah, to reach some sort of agreement, some sort of ceasefire before things get even worse. So what I'm saying to you, Glenn, it's the prospect of real destruction that will give us some leverage over the Israelis. But that's only once the war starts and once it's clear that the Israelis are not going to win.
Deaths of Ukraine claims credit for a terrorist attack that led to the deaths
of dozens of Malians and Russians alike. Yusuf, a spokesperson for the Ukrainian intelligence community, came out and said that the rebels received necessary information, and not just information, which enabled a successful military operation against the Russian war criminals, leaving out the fact that he also killed dozens of Malians as well. Shortly after the attack, Mali cut diplomatic ties with Ukraine. Very soon after, Niger cut ties with Ukraine as well. Now, Niger and Mali have a few things in common. Principally, that these two countries overthrew the French colonial government, expelled the French military and their NGOs from their countries. Since then, both countries have been flooded with terrorist organizations associating themselves with Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other terrorist groups that are known to be funded by the West and specifically NATO allies. Now, we already know why Russia deployed the Wagner Group to the area. It was to help fight terrorism, because we know that NATO loves to deploy terrorists to regions after their governments were overthrown by the people. So if Russia is in Mali and Niger to help fight terrorism, then why is Ukraine there? Well, I think they actually kind of made that clear. They're there to support terrorist organizations in their efforts to take back these African governments on behalf of NATO. So not just in the war between Russia and Ukraine is Ukraine acting as a NATO proxy, but even in Africa, because the French can no longer be there, Ukraine is supporting terrorism and acting as a NATO proxy. And at this point, we well know Ukraine can't fight any of its wars without the support of the NATO superpowers. And so you might be interested to know that the United States has already given $118 billion since the start of this war against Russia. And the European Union has given 39 billion euros, which means not only are your tax dollars being used to support neo-Nazis and their regime in Ukraine, but they're also being used to support terrorist organizations trying to overthrow governments in Africa. But sure, let NATO keep on trying to convince you that it's actually Ukraine who's the victims, when they're the ones literally funding terrorist organizations with zero reason to be in Africa, except for to help NATO achieve its goals.
In the last 2 days, Ukrainian assault groups have been cheerfully moving out of the border to infiltrate Russia in Kursk region with no way back to Ukraine. So far on August 8, 2024, the people sent by Kiev regime together with NATO partners are pushing hard in the deadly Kursk offensive, even though they have reached Sudza. Using the tactics of small maneuverable assault units, also supported by FPV drones and artillery, in the hope of reaching the nuclear power plant, but failed, and now they have to get Russian deadly poison and burn it with fire. The Russian armed forces have surrounded and divided Ukrainian forces in Kursk, cutting off the supply routes from Ukraine, completely isolating the assault groups, which are causing massive destruction from missile fire, aviation, and attack UAV. The video of the attack was published by the Russian Defense Ministry on the concentration and column of Ukrainian vehicles on the border, which was rushed to be destroyed by Iskander missiles. The explosions killed not only enemy manpower en masse, but also Western equipment, destroying Bradley tanks and Stryker armored vehicles worth millions of dollars. Once again, Russian aviation played a significant role in repelling the enemy's offensive operation at the border. The multifunctional supersonic fighter bomber Su-34 delivered the attack with Fab 500 unguided aerial bomber armament with a universal planning and correction module. Accurate strikes from a safe distance from the line of contact. It destroyed the armored hardware along with the strike group, after which the aircraft returned to the departure airfield. In addition, during the day the pilots of Ka-52 helicopter completed dozens of combat missions, carrying out strikes on the same objects on the border. According to the reports of the forward air controllers, all the assigned targets were successfully hit. The strikes were carried out with S-8 unguided missiles and VIC-HR guided missiles against detected targets. After using the air-launched weapons, the crew performed an anti-missile maneuver, released decoy flares, and returned to the departure airfield. Several Ukrainian infantry fighting vehicles and armored personnel carriers were attacked by drones. An American HMMWV combat vehicle piloted by an Ukrainian driver is seen at Sudza border. Here Russian servicemen have objective control footage from the attack drone operator, dropping BOG grenades on enemy infantry, dismounting from the armored vehicle near Kurilovka village. While Lancet drone, carrying out strikes on Ukrainian armored hardware concentration area, at least 6 tanks were destroyed. Objective control footage shows one Cossack armored fighting vehicle, also being grilled by Lancet flying munition. Now, heavy losses are being counted as a result of the massive Ukraine-NATO suicide attack, in an attempt to divert attention from the crumbling front line in the east, where Russian forces are advancing in many areas. Of the approximately 1,000 people who crossed the border, 315 were killed or wounded, 54 armored vehicles were destroyed, including 7 tanks, a rare commodity for Ukrainian troops. Chief of the General Staff to President, General Gerasimov reported at a meeting with Vladimir Putin that the advance of the armed forces of Ukraine into Kursk region has been stopped. The operation will end with the defeat of the enemy and the re-establishment of the state border.
My friends, there are more and more alarming reports coming from the front. And you know the situation is serious when I get a fresh cut. A Ukrainian soldier of the Aidar battalion wrote the following on Telegram. Today is the apocalypse in the Pokrovsk direction. There's no better way to put it. We're going to focus on this part of the front, on the western side of Avdiivka. What happened in the last few days is an unmitigated disaster for the Ukrainian army.
Leave me alone!
That was a frontline situation on the 1st of June. Then fast forward a month to the 1st of July. And that's the situation now in early August. The Russians literally advanced 12 kilometers in that direction, 9 kilometers in this one, and 6 kilometers there. So in this video, I will analyze in detail how the Russian army managed to carry out this offensive, both from a tactical and operational perspective. The main reason behind this military debacle can be attributed to negligence, complete negligence. We all remember how Ukraine bragged about building a powerful line of fortifications. Yet in reality, in so many sectors of the front, Ukrainian commanders did not bother to build any fortifications. And when they did, these fieldworks ended up being fully exposed and poorly planned out. In the end, the Ukrainian army could not rely on a defense in depth. The moment the first line of defense crumbles, it's GG well played.
Madness and stupidity.
But there's more to this story, and I will talk about it later in the video. Since all the Ukrainian units composed of conscripts with little training could do nothing to stop the Russians, Ukraine decided to sacrifice once again the elite NATO-trained 47th Mechanized Brigade, throwing their precious Bradleys and Abrams left and right to put down the fire. And let me tell you, this came at a heavy cost. Forbes reported the Russians are beating back the Ukrainian 47th Mechanized Brigade and marching on Pokrovsk. As you can see on the map, forward elements of the Russian army are only 16.5 kilometers away from that strategic city. Even worse, in the last 24 hours alone, Ukraine lost 3 villages right in front of Pokrovsk. I'm really starting to think that the Russians are using some type of cheat codes. Welcome to History Legends, and here are the latest news of the Russo-Ukrainian War. If you're new to this channel, make sure to like and subscribe. As you know, some of my Ukraine videos have been targeted with limited or no ads. So make sure to check out my Patreon or PayPal to keep the show running. Thank you to everyone that has already helped, and welcome to the headquarters. In order to get the full picture of what's actually going on, we have to go back to early June. At that point in time, Ukrainian defenses were established along the line Novo-Oleksandrivka, Sokil, and Novoselivka-Persha. The 110th Mechanized Brigade was holding the sector of Novo-Oleksandrivka and protected the road linking Pokrovsk to Kostiantynivka. The 100th Mechanized Brigade protected the northern flank to prevent a Russian offensive towards Kostiantynivka. Lastly, the 47th Mechanized Brigade held the line near Sokil. They had to defend the largest portion of the front by themselves. Their presence was critical, as their mission was to stop the Russians from reaching the important logistic hub of Pokrovsk. Although the 47th Mechanized Brigade faced a shortage of trained riflemen, they compensated this with their firepower by launching their M2A2 Bradleys and M1 Abrams in hit-and-run fire missions. Overall, the Ukrainian command probably hoped to stall the Russian offensive along the Volkhcha River, just like they managed to do in the sector of Karlivka, where Russian progression is extremely slow, mainly due to all these bottlenecks. Now, let's just say the Russians are not really into foreplay and they just shoved it in. That's how by the 9th of June, Russian infantry units stormed Novo-Oleksandrivka and controlled half the settlement. Allegedly, this sector is also defended by units of the 111th Territorial Defense Brigade. This clearly means the Ukrainian line of defense is actually a patchwork of various units. After this tactical success, the Russian battle plan was to converge towards Novoselivka-Persha, both from Novopokrovsky and from Umansky from the south. If Russian motorized units got pinned down in the sector of Umansky, they managed to capture Novopokrovsky by the 12th of June. Keep that in mind while we go back to Novo-Alexandrivka. Due to the importance of this axis, the Ukrainians probably sent a lot of reserve units to plug the gaps. So the Russians attempted to flank enemy positions by storming this 1,300 meter long tree line. By the 15th of June, the Russian army had greatly expanded its area of control in the sector of Novo-Alexandrivka. Overall, these constant attacks seem to have put a lot of strain on the Ukrainian 47th Mechanized Brigade. They had no other choice to trade space for time. On June 15th, forward elements of the Russian army reached the eastern outskirts of Sokil. 2 days later, after a daring attack, they advanced 1,600 meters north of the settlement. If you wonder how they achieved this on the tactical level, here's a glimpse of the operation. In this video, we see a Russian BMP push at full speed towards an open field until it reaches this tree line. There it disembarked its infantry component and rotated out the first group back to the rear. Using a 3D map, we understand Russian motorized units are based in Ocheretine. It is from this central position that they will attack across the entire front. Now, in regards to the BMP, to accomplish its mission, it drove 4 kilometers along this exact itinerary. Apart from rotations, BMPs are also essential to provide assault squads with direct and powerful fire support. On the 21st, Russian assault detachments got their first foothold inside Sokil. By the 23rd, they secured this entire 1.7 kilometer long tree line and half the village. At last, after days of battle, on the 28th of June, the Russians finalized the capture of Sokil. This soldier belongs to the Black Hussars detachment of the 15th Motor Rifle Brigade, which we already covered in the past. They were the ones that captured Biardishi, and we can believe they moved like this along the following axis. Now, from an operational perspective, Novoalexandrivka and Sokil were under Russian control, but the Ukrainians still controlled Novoselivka Persha, the last of these three strongholds. Little war game, if you had been a Ukrainian commander, where would you have positioned your reserves? Do you maintain them near Vozdvijenka to protect the supply lines going to Kostiantynivka? Or do you try to halt the Russian offensive head on? It seems the Ukraine command picked option 1. By the 2nd of July, the Russians did not allow the Ukrainians to reform their ranks and just continue their cavalry charge. They completely shoved away the Ukrainian units in front of them and advanced 3 kilometers right in between Novoalexandrivka and Sokil. Are we surprised though? This is the type of half-assed trenches Ukrainian soldiers have to sit in. It's pathetic. No wonder why the front is falling apart. If things could not go worse, the next day Russian motorized units pushed 3.5 kilometers in between Sokil and Novoselivka Persha. This was disastrous for the Ukrainian defenders because all the troops in Novoselivka now faced encirclement. Now this is the part where the Russians banked many Ukrainian Bradleys, like this one that was destroyed west of Novopokrovsk, or this one that was also destroyed by an enemy FPV drone. You'll see throughout this video it's a recurrent theme, but the Ukrainians didn't have many strongholds west of Sokil available to stop any Russian breakthrough. Literally, when the Russian tanks passed the first set of trenches, it was a free-for-all. Actually, there were the settlements of Voshkod and Yevhenivka. These places were so small you can literally count the houses one by one. In this video, you can see the settlement of Voshkod, essentially a 600-meter long street with a farm complex at the end. It didn't take long before the first Russian rifleman advanced towards the entrance of Voshkod. However, this Russian soldier doesn't seem to notice this Ukrainian drone flying around him like a mosquito. And then boom! Like US paratroopers say, what a hell of a way to die. During the defense of the village, Ukraine left behind 3 M2 Bradleys and 1 M1A1 Abrams. In the end, Voshkod fell on the 3rd of July. These soldiers recording a video are part of the 2nd Battalion of the 10th Guard Separate Motorized Rifle Brigade. They say how they captured the village with the help of the Cossack Battalion Terek and the South Ossetian Battalion of Volunteers Sarmat. On their battle flag, we see the number 30, perhaps for Atriat Storm, so the 30th Detachment of Stormtroopers, surrounded by the words courage, faith, honor, and truth, with the call signs of 14 members of the squad. With that being said, I think the soil around Umanske was cursed with fields of soy because 0 gains were made there. However, a bit to the north, the Russians played Tetris and went from one tree line to another and eventually reached this reservoir behind Novoselivka Persha by the 6th of July. The one-street village of Yevhenivka was now literally inside a pincer. I think it was not defended by more than a platoon of riflemen. Just like the 47th Mechanized Brigade did so often, they rushed their M2A2 Bradleys forward and fired at the enemy at point blank and then pulled them out. For example, this one drove out from Vovche along this road and started firing with the 25mm chain gun at the Russians at a distance of about 200 meters. Now when we look at the footage, we can see the M2A2 Bradley right here, but notice the trench bastions positioned on each side of the road. It's actually massive. I was surprised. It's not something you often see on this part of the front. So that would mean the Ukrainian riflemen were probably not holding the settlement proper, but rather positioned their fire teams behind the village in this fortified trench network. However, these Ukrainian hit-and-run attacks also come at a risk, like this M2M2 Bradley, soon targeted by a combination of artillery and drones. Despite the best efforts of the 47th Mechanized Brigade, a couple days later, on the 10th of July, Yevhenivka fell into enemy hands. That's when Ukrainian resistance stiffened around the settlements of Vozdvijenka and Prores. More on this very important battle in a moment. Meanwhile, the settlement of Novoselivka Persha was like a thorn in the foot of this entire Russian offensive. Even worse for the Russian command, hypothetically. From there, the Ukrainians received magic reinforcements like Gandalf and the Rohirrim. They could still launch a counterattack towards Ocheretine, Avdiivka. In other words, it's not a position you want to leave behind. So it was decided to terminate Novoselivka-Persha. In this drone footage, you can get an aerial view of the village. It's essentially one street with individual homes in ruins on both sides. On the 12th of July, after a general assault on the village, Russian assault squads got their first foothold. They advanced 1.6 kilometers along this road in this sector as well, and 1.2 kilometers from the east. The next few days, the Russians launched various shaping operations to improve their position south of the village in order to prepare for the next assault. Engineering units played a key role as they cleared the entire highways across open field to allow armored units to maneuver. But this also makes it easier for Ukrainian artillery to zero in incoming vehicles. For example, in this frame, we see an advancing tank that will have to bypass 4 friendly armored vehicles destroyed or abandoned. And in the end, this tank will also join the party because it got blown up by a mine. Keep in mind that if the Russians actually take over this entire territory, all these vehicles will be retrieved and repaired. Whereas every Ukrainian vehicle that is abandoned is a complete write-off. However, it's really the attack of the 16th of July that devastated the rear of the Ukrainian defenders. Here you can see 2 of them that were surrounded in a basement and decided to surrender. 2 days later, the entire northern part of the village was under Russian control. While Russian forces were storming Novoselivka-Persha, an important battle took place 6 kilometers to the north. By mid-July, the Ukrainian command hoped that the line Vozdvijenka, Lozovatske, Prores, and Vovche would hold. Anyway, these places are way too complicated to pronounce, so let's rename these positions Nathalie, Anne, Florence, and Océane. The Nefo line. But don't be fooled, not all of them are massive villages. For example, Lozovatske has only 2 homes. Sadly, this Nefo line crumbled immediately. Position Anne or Lozovatske fell on the 16th of July. In this footage, you can witness a mop-up operation by a Russian BMP along this forested area. 2 days later, the Russians were already knocking on the door of Florence or Prores. Not only Ukraine didn't build proper defensive positions, but all these huge fields and the lack of cover made it very difficult for them to rotate out military personnel. Like in this video where Max Pro MRAP was destroyed by a Russian drone. I don't want to sound dramatic, but by the 20th of July, it was GG well played for Ukraine. In a way, we can even say that the Russians made good progress. Russian Group Center managed to launch a pincer maneuver from these 2 positions and encircled an entire unit of the Ukrainian 31st Mechanized Brigade. You know what? Let's use a Ukrainian account of the story. On Telegram, Tsaplenko wrote, a number of observation posts of the 1st and 3rd battalions were completely surrounded. The brigade commander never gave the order to break through. Minus 100 aura. Just like at the Zenit base in Avdiivka. Just put yourself in the shoes of these Ukrainian soldiers stuck in this cauldron with enemy forces all around. We don't have more details, but apparently these units managed to organize a breakthrough operation. But the question is, at what cost? While Ukraine was busy with this rescue mission, the Russians captured Prores on the 20th. It seems the Ukrainian army on the Pokrovsk front is not only suffering from a lack of manpower, but the real problem comes from a complete lack of brain. Somehow they don't have any competent military commanders on the ground. I don't know, perhaps it's because of chronism, political ideology. Honestly, I don't know. But right now, Russian armored units are rolling right through Ukrainian units, with the worst entrenchments and the weakest, inexperienced brigade commanding staff. In other words, lines led by donkeys. So to all the problems we listed about the Ukrainian army, we can add poor tactical skills during counterattacks. In the end, it's always the 47th Mechanized Brigade that is sent forward to repair the broken pots. Even then, all they could deploy forward to counterattack was a bunch of M1A1 Abrams. I don't have the entire order of battle, but one of them attacked along the train tracks and the other out of this tree line. It's not a surprise that the first one got swarmed and destroyed by Russian drones, whereas the second Lone Wolf Abrams tank was abandoned 1 kilometer from the first one. This seems to have been a crucial part of the Battle of Prores, because right after this Ukrainian counterattack, no joke, the entire front collapsed. Here's the situation on the 22nd of July, 23rd of July, 800 meters gained here and 1,200 meters here. July 24th, Ukraine loses this 1,400 meter long tree line. You might think it's not too bad, and boom! 25th of July, Russia unlocked its first reward with a kill streak of 4. Elimination of this pocket, 800 meter push west of Lozovatske, 3-kilometer breakthrough along the train tracks, and the capture of Vovche. Can you guess who stormed the village of Vovche? 3, 2, 1.
Слава черным гусарам! Слава русскому оружию! Победа будет за нами! Враг будет разбит!
For my pro-Ukraine viewers, please put on your seatbelt because you're not ready for what's next. Russian assault detachments expanded once again their positions all around Vovche on the 26th. And same thing the following day. They now controlled 2,300 meters of tree lines in front of Zelane. Within a week, the Russian army advanced 5 kilometers.
Fuck.
Oh, you thought I was done? Not so fast. Due to this Russian breakthrough, the Ukrainian defenders of Novoselivka-Persha had to abandon their remaining combat positions. Otherwise, they would have been completely encircled. Immediately after, soldiers of the 114th Motor Rifle Brigade raised their banner on the village they just conquered. By the 28th of July, this Russian attack vector became much thicker. The Ukrainians tried to rectify this with a quick counterattack. This one was a success, but the one in the direction of Lozovatske failed completely. Shortly after having wasted some of their reserves, Ukrainian forces in this sector had to give up some of their positions west of Lozovatske. Keeping the momentum going, the Russians immediately launched an armored attack towards Timofivka. As you can see in this drone footage, this terrain is marked by dense vegetation compared to the other areas. Here we see a unit of 2 tanks. One of them got targeted by Ukrainian drone operators. Can you guess how many drones they flew out to destroy this one tank? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Hats off to this Russian tank commander. He did everything he could have done. After the first strike, he escaped as fast as possible while trying to take cover in some forested area to be camouflaged from all the drones. By the 31st of July, Timofivka was kaput, and the Russians skillfully captured 7 tree lines that will act as spearheads for the next assaults. We can think of these tree lines like some attack trenches, where storm detachments can regroup as close as possible to enemy positions before launching the general attack. Overall, this makes it very difficult for the Ukrainian command to guess the main enemy axis of attack. The Russians could attack here, here, or even here, or all 7 at the same time. Such tactics are deadly against a defender that is already stretched thin and struggling with a lack of manpower. Meanwhile, Russian artillery also bombarded all possible objectives to maintain this fog of war, all the while destroying enemy positions. It's not a surprise that the next day, on August 1st, I don't know how to put it, Russian assault detachments stormed Vesely, captured the southern part of Ivanivka, and continued their offensive along the train tracks between Serhivka and Zelane. It seems the railway line provided Russian infantry squads with proper cover, but they could also conveniently dig in. Now, what made the Ukraine command extremely worried is that somehow more and more Russian units poured into this breakthrough. This Ukrainian soldier from the Aidar battalion wrote on his telegram, "I have the impression that they were released like ants." In a way, he's not wrong. In this video, you can see a platoon of 26 Russian soldiers walking in column formation along this tree line. Moments later, they scatter as they're targeted by Ukrainian artillery. This unit was actually ambushed 4 kilometers behind the front as it was going towards the contact line. This makes me believe there must have been countless such platoons just creeping their way forward. Everything became clearer with the following report. It's no longer a secret that the 27th Division has additionally entered the Pokrovsk direction. That's right, the Russians committed 2 additional motor rifle regiments, the 506th and 589th. These fresh reserves play a crucial role to keep the momentum going of this offensive. How did the Russian command manage to transfer so many of its reserves forward without being intercepted? That's something worth to be studied. By the 4th of August, Jelane was semi-encircled. As enemy forces tightened their grip on the settlement, it's just a matter of time before it falls. As of August 7, Jelane is almost under full Russian control. There are only mop-up operations at the moment, but what is astonishing is how Vesely and Serhivka have both fallen as well. Serhivka was stormed by men of the 433rd Motorized Rifle Regiment, who also proudly displayed this US-made M88A2 Hercules armored recovery vehicle they captured. You will also notice that from an operational perspective, within a month, the Russian armed forces managed to completely outflank Ukraine's defensive positions along the Vovcha River. In the end, what can we expect from the Pokrovsk front in the coming days and weeks? The town of Pokrovsk is defended by 4 urban areas on the outskirts, namely Mirnohrad, Hrodivka, Novohrodivka, and Selidove. This outside layer has to be defended at all costs, because if the Russians capture one of these towns, they will be able to use it as a coordination center to regroup all their reserves and supplies, just like they did with Ocheretine. Now, what can we expect in the coming days and weeks? I think the Russians will go for a brute force attack against Pokrovsk. Since Russian assault detachments progressed so well along the railway line, we can expect the same general strategy. On a tactical level, from their new positions, we can expect a first grouping to push towards Novohrodivka, where they will have to break through the line of villages of Zhurevka, Orlivka, and Mykolaivka. Simultaneously, a second grouping could push northwards via Serhivka, Vesely, and Ivanivka in order to storm Hrodivka from all directions, especially since they can easily infiltrate squads of riflemen along these forested areas that lead straight inside Hrodivka. That's all I have for you today. Let me know in the comment section what you thought of my analysis. If you're new to the channel, make sure to like.
Venezuela is due for a. I disagree with that as somebody who has helped plan coup d'etat. Yeah. Not here, but other places. Venezuela is due for a regime change. Certainly that's what Anthony Blinken bloody idiot more like, seems to think. Let's have a look at his veiled diplomatic threats. I bet if Anthony Blinken was threatening you as a neighbor, it would be, well, you better return the lawnmower because the eyes of the world are on you.
If my colleagues will indulge me for just 1 minute, I want to speak quickly to the elections that just took place in Venezuela. We applaud the Venezuelan people for their participation in the July 28th presidential election. We commend their courage and commitment to democracy in the face of repression and in the face of adversity. We've seen the announcement just a short while ago by the Venezuelan Electoral Commission. We have serious concerns that the result announced does not reflect the will or the votes of the Venezuelan people. It's critical that every vote be counted fairly and transparently, that election officials immediately share information with the opposition and independent observers without delay, and that the electoral authorities publish the detailed tabulation of votes. The international community is watching this very closely and will respond accordingly.
Quick question. What the it got to do with you? Are you Venezuelan? Are you from Venezuela? Right, well, you off then. Why don't you off then? Here's confirmation that the exit polls were conducted by CIA carve-out. I myself, even little old me, have fallen prey to this kind of thing. Like when, what was it? There was a CIA carve-out that coated me off. Oh yeah, it's a bunch of like Ukrainian media, like it was meant to be like Vox, like young people, Ukrainian media, like, hey, these people are Russian misinformation peddlers. When you look at who funds that media organization, CIA carve-out. For like the same way when it comes to the PhD of Serge Brin and Larry Page, the founders of Google, CIA carve-out. CIA carve-outs is a phrase you might want to memorize. WikiLeaks confirms that the exit poll for the Venezuelan election was conducted by a firm backed by the CIA or a CIA carve-out. Venezuela's right-wing opposition and US media outlets claim there was fraud in the July 28 election based on an exit poll done by US government-linked firm Edison Research, which works with CIA-linked US state propaganda organs and was active in Ukraine, Georgia, and Iraq. Got new revolutions coming to a country near you. And even like an insider, former insider, like John Bolton, who, to look at him, you'd think he was the world's friendliest fried chicken peddler. He's just such a lovely old uncle on a stoop in a rocking chair. Back in my day, we used to drink sipping whiskey. Looks so friendly. Every time he crops up on CNN or MSNBC, he's always justifying some new war. Here in this chat with Jake Tapper, casually cops to the idea that he's been involved in coups. Sort of sounds like a coup in Venezuela previously. He quickly goes, not coups in this country, not coups in this country. Have a look at this.
I don't know that I agree with you. To be fair, with all due respect, one doesn't have to be brilliant to attempt a coup.
I disagree with that. As somebody who has helped plan coup d'état, not here, but other places.
Just say that as if like that's allowed. I've been involved in planning coup d'états. You aren't meant to do coup d'états. Don't say doing coup d'états like they're barbecues. Coup d'états, they're not allowed. Let people run their own countries.
It takes a lot of work, and that's not what he did.
When we were talking about what is capable, what you need to do to be able to plan a coup, and you cited your expertise having planned coups.
I'm not going to get into the specifics, but
why not? Why not get into the specifics? By the way, who paid your salary when you were doing that stuff? Was it the American taxpayer? Right. Well, get on and tell us what coup d'états you were involved in. The whole dynamic is increasingly being exposed. You, stroke we, are children, and they are able to freely dominate us by sort of claiming they're protecting us. Parentheses, parentalism, the idea that we're being protected from a reality that we're incapable of dealing with. Well, I want to deal with it.
Successful coups?
Well, I wrote about Venezuela in the book, and it turned out not to be successful. Not that we had all that much to do with it, but I saw what it took for an opposition to try and overturn an illegally elected president.
That's what the CIA is, isn't it? The CIA is the kind of henchmen, gangsters of state interests. And when you see those guys, like when they're out of office, admitting to the stuff they did while they were in CIA power, while they were suited and booted, it's pretty extraordinary. Have a look at this dude, like talking about his former engagements.
In the CIA, we didn't give a hoot about democracy. I mean, it was fine if a government was elected and would cooperate with us, but if it didn't, then democracy didn't mean a thing to us.
Do you reckon that's changed? Of course it hasn't changed. In fact, look.
And I don't think it means a thing today.
We can't continue to bring you this beautiful content without the support of our partners. Hey, this is exciting. We've got a great partner today. It's Rumble. But beyond Rumble is Rumble's latest venture. Let me ask you first, are you a Sleepy Joe type character with zero? Talking to the very angry Dwayne Claridge, head of the CIA Latin American division, just sort of saying, we've got every right to do as many coups as we want. Actually sort of outraged that anybody would even question their right to do that.
Have you, when I mean you, the CIA, the United States government, or any foreign power, what right do you have to do what you do in other countries?
National security interest.
But that's a divine right, isn't it? Because the people that you do it to have no say in
Yeah,
this.
well, that's just tough. We are going to protect ourselves, and we're going to go on protecting ourselves because we end up protecting all of you. And let's not forget that.
Right. Right? No, I won't.
We'll intervene whenever we decide it's in our national security interest to intervene. And if you don't like it, lump it. Get used to it, world. We're not going to put up with nonsense. And if our interests are threatened, we're going to do it. Chile, the only reason it exists is because of Pinochet.
At a huge human price.
What human price? Give me a break.
The thousands who were disappeared and murdered.
Thousands, you count them. What thousands?
Well,
And
I've
don't
seen.
talk to me
May
about
I-
truth commissions.
I've seen their names in the cemetery in Santiago.
Yeah, I
you're
have
saying,
too. Yeah,
you're
there
saying
aren't
they're
thousands.
fakes?
There aren't thousands.
Well,
there aren't thousands, sir.
It was a period in which almost everybody in the present situation regards as a dark time, in which the CIA played a major role.
That's right. They played a major role in overthrowing. What's his name?
What's his name was Salvador Allende.
Yeah, fine. Okay.
He was democratically elected.
Right. Okay.
Is that okay to overthrow a democratically elected government?
Yeah,
Is it
but
okay?
It depends on what your national security interests are.
Are you denying that Pinochet caused huge suffering in that country?
I am huge. I don't buy that he committed crimes. I agree.
But it's
Okay?
worth it.
Huh?
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Those crimes are worth it.
Yeah. Sometimes, unfortunately, things have to be changed in a rather ugly way.
So angry about everything, staggering and extraordinary. But the Venezuelan government are onto the deal. Have a look at Maduro, still the leader of Venezuela. I can't even tell how the corruption works anymore, but is he supposed to be in government? Is he not meant to be in government? Will he be allowed to stay in government if he's willing to form the correct partnerships when it comes to oil? I don't know, but certainly the CIA know. And he's well onto the fact that in America, it's commonplace, not commonplace, but at least customary to occasionally kill a president if they don't play ball. Here is Maduro talking about that, sort of plainly, albeit in Spanish.
Ellos ponen una sonrisa de frente en su diplomacia por engaño, pero por detrás tienen el puñal. Y si les crees a su sonrisa, te descuidas, te volteas, te apuñalean. Así ellos han actuado casi 200 años, asesinando presidentes, asesinando líderes en el mundo, asesinando presidentes en Estados Unidos. John F. Kennedy. ¿Quién lo mató? El sistema. Comprobado. Crearon lo que hoy se conoce un falso positivo, con un tal señor de apellido Oswald. Eso es conocido. Bien denunciado en un documental película llamada JFK. Bastante.
That's not a documentary. That was an Oliver Stone film. It had Kevin Costner in it. That's not a documentary. It's a very good documentary. Joe Pesci, he was wearing that wig in one bit. Then John Candy came along, playing that jive-talking prosecutor guy. Okay, daddy-o. Extraordinary, isn't it? This, again, is how independent media has the march on the mainstream, because they can put together their narratives, which we know are false. We can put together our narratives, which may be correct, may be incorrect, and certainly are constructed with a degree of inquisitiveness and open-heartedness, i.e. you're not given this information resolutely as if it is an irrefutable fact. It's presented to you like, I don't know, man, what do you think? Here's the current leader of Venezuela talking, and here's some CIA officials talking. Why don't you work out for yourself what you think? And that's what the censorial forces of the establishment oppose above all else. Your ability to choose, discern, and decide for yourself what is true. Because, as we touched on earlier, they regard you really as great, hairy, incapable, and inept children that need to be governed and controlled. And they'll find various ways to do that while pursuing a global agenda that appears to be set to take us to the very edge of World War III and perhaps even beyond it, at the behest not of democracy, the thing that they're always claiming to be protecting, but because of the CIA. But that's just what I think. Let me know what you think in the
radical right-wingers to break into jails while the police looked the other way to let the torturers out, and a statement by the Attorney General that they shouldn't be prosecuted, makes me wonder if, from your understanding of Israeli culture, is there so much torture? Is it so commonplace? Have the Palestinians been so dehumanized that all of these things, which I've just touched on, seek to shock the Israeli conscience?
I think that is exactly the case, what you've just described. And it's not just the dehumanization of Palestinians and the rabid bloodlust that exists within Israeli society that's driving this. It's also something that I think we should be clear about is the concept of Jewish supremacy that really is behind the Israeli state. When you have the rabbi, this is the state rabbi in the military saying it's okay for Israeli soldiers to rape non-Jews. I don't know what clearer demonstration of the Zionist mentality you could really get. These are people that do not view other human beings as human beings. And that is actually the basis for their state as well, this so-called Jewish state. It's not about having a place of safety for Jews as they claim. It's actually about defining other human beings as less than human and not deserving of rights. I can't imagine any other society on earth where, for all their whatever faults or difficulties other countries and other groups of people face, where a mass movement calling for the right to rape could actually take root. And that's what we see in Israel. That's why, on top of the outside pressure that Israel is facing right now from various states that it's been aggressive with over the years, whether that's Lebanon, Syria, Iran. I mean, Israel's been constantly stoking its neighbors. In addition to that pressure, Israel internally risks crumbling on itself. I think if Netanyahu were out of the picture, or this war, this external existential threat wasn't something that the Israelis were grappling with right now, that they would actually be left to face themselves, left to face each other. And in that case, their society might fall apart even more rapidly than it already is. And that's, again, why I think years from now, we might look back at October 7th as the true beginning of the end of Israel.
When Joe Biden says Israel has a right to defend itself, when Prime Minister Netanyahu says that amongst a rapturous, the only way to describe it, applause and adulation by a Congress he's bought and paid for, are they defending a liberal democracy, or are they defending an authoritarian state?
It's beyond an authoritarian state. It's a racial project, or according to them, they see the Jewish people as a race that are superior to everyone else. It is a Jewish supremacist state that, we've been denying that for years here in the United States, especially as Zionist foundations and money have made a bid to influence Christians and make Christians actually in the US believe that they're somehow included in that vision of Jewish supremacy, when in reality they're not. And I think that's something that Americans should really wake up to. There was that fabulous interview a few months ago that Tucker Carlson did with a priest in Bethlehem. And I think that was a beginning, hopefully, of Americans learning about the fact that they might like our money, our tax dollars, and they might like our soldiers to come to the Middle East and fight and die for them. But ultimately, the people running the Israeli state don't even see us as human beings. They see us as, well, what exactly I just described, a country that can supply endless bodies and tax dollars in their defense. And meanwhile, you have people in the Israeli government that are pushing toward an actual messianic end times vision of Judaism. That's real. That's powerful in the Israeli state. And Netanyahu, in many ways, is the figure keeping those more radical forces at bay. So again, it just spells disaster for Israel going forward.
Haven't those more radical forces more or less been unleashed in the West Bank?
Yeah. I mean, that's the Israeli state actually depends on these forces to keep their project going, because secular Israelis aren't going to be as dedicated to expanding Israel's borders or continuing aggression with its neighbors. Some of those people might actually want peace because they would like to stay in Israel. And they see this radical segment as driving not only confrontations in the West Bank, but with the region more broadly. And yet Israel's survival is completely dependent on its expansion. It's kind of just a moment in history, I think, where everything is being revealed as it is. and Israel is being revealed as a force that can only move the world in one direction. And if they have their way, that would be end times nuclear war. So I hope level heads in Washington actually get the message and can start making a rational policy from our perspective soon.
How, if at all, does the relationship between Israel and the United States benefit the United States?
It doesn't. I think that if we had a sovereign U.S. policy that was actually based on our interests and good faith with the rest of the world, that Israel would be one of the last countries that we'd actually tie ourselves to in the modern era. I would, if I were crafting U.S. policy, be much more interested in having a rational policy with Israel's neighbors and with our Arab states and our Arab allies that have actually been weakened and subjugated by Israel themselves. So Israel's never served our interests. I think it's time that we actually like restore constitutional and sovereign rule in the United States. I think that would be nice.
What threat does Iran pose to the United States?
I think if we were, again, speaking as rational human beings that saw Iran as a sovereign country that had the right to be sovereign, I don't think that there is a major threat from the Iranians, other than the fact that in the region, more broadly, they stand up to Israeli influence. And that, for whatever reason, is a red line for the United States. But if it's just a question of the US and Iran, well, maybe we don't like the fact that they've asserted more sovereignty over their oil reserves and some of their domestic wealth since their revolution. But, you know, I think that's just a reality that we have to live with, that sometimes countries aren't going to want us dominating them, and that pretty much in 2024, that model of development is done. So if we could just make deals rationally, I don't think that the Iranians would actually have a problem with us. In fact, when I was at BRICS last year, I think I mentioned this before with you, that I spoke with a member of the Iranian presidential delegation who said, I was saying, I wish, the United States, I wish my country would just grow up and participate in something like this future world market going forward that's based on win-wins and not just domination from the West or transatlantic powers. And they said, we would like the same thing. It's not that they want confrontation with us. They would actually like us to just behave like a rational actor instead of, rolling ahead with this NATO and IMF World Bank model that has dominated since World War II, because the rest of the world is pretty much over that by now.
I don't think Netanyahu made an argument that Iran is a threat to the United States. He could easily have been talking about his own country when he said it's barbarism against civilization. I mean, the behavior of his IDF is utterly barbaric. We don't have to go into the details. We all know what the facts show. I also don't think he made the case that Iran is a threat to Israel. Isn't Iran just a country that wants to be, ultra-religious, but prosperous and left alone?
Yeah, I think that's most countries these days would just like to be left alone. And in the Middle East, it's almost impossible for any country to be left alone because, since Israel's foundation in 1948, when it was, established through the same kind of violence and cleansing that we're seeing play out now during this war, it's just been a constant a stream of instability, and Israel seeking to take even more territory than it was originally granted. And they would like to go beyond Gaza, I'm sure, as well. So the Egyptians know this, the Syrians know this well, the Lebanese know this, and of course, the Iranians, for whatever reason, have ended up carrying the torch of that Muslim and Arab resistance in the region, because some of those other Arab powers, particularly those in the Gulf and in Egypt, are subjugated by the United States. But I do think Egypt, again, they are joining BRICS. They are attempting to move away from sole reliance on the United States and Western financial hegemony. So in the long run, because Egypt knows its sovereignty is at stake here as well, any of these countries know that betting with the West is not a way. It's not a way to ensure your sovereignty going forward. So I think that's why even some of our traditional allies in the region, including Saudi Arabia and the UAE, are diversifying their allyships and trying to build a world that's less dependent on us. So we should wake up to that and start making a rational policy based on that reality.
I want to play for you something that we got from your website, so I know you've seen it, which is a tape of a former IDF sniper talking about what they did to Palestinian families. It's not graphic, but it's terrible. It's a little on the long side. It's about 2 minutes long. He has a strong, it's in English, but he has a strong Israeli accent, and there are subtitles, but I'd like your thoughts on it. Chris, cut number 5.
I became an activist because I was a soldier in the Israeli army. I'm 38 years old. I served 20 years ago. And I served in the Special Forces unit of the Infantry Nacha Brigade. And me and my team were snipers. And when you serve as a sniper in the West Bank and Gaza, you're inside Palestinian cities, towns, but more than everything else, you're inside Palestinian homes. Almost every night we did an operation that is called the straw window. Straw window is when you take a private Palestinian house and turn it into a military post. It means that you have to storm the house in the middle of the night, drag all of the family members from their beds, and put them in one room so they won't bother us. And then we put our sniping rifles, and me as the spotter of the team, I would put my thermal camera in one of the rooms. Then we start scanning the city. And during that time, if one of the family members wants to eat, to drink, to take medicine, to go to the bathroom, they need authorization from us because it's our house. It's not their house anymore. And straw window could be 2 hours or 4 hours or 6 hours or 2 days, right? And after that ends, we just take all of our weapons and everything and we go back to the base. And when we go back to the base, the first time we did it, I understood that we ruined the Palestinian family's life. Not because we had information, not because we want to shoot at someone, because they told us this is a routine operation. You have to be with your sniping rifles inside the Palestinian city. And I was brought up on the idea that I have to protect Israel. But what I'm doing in the Israeli army is protecting Israel. And that wasn't protecting Israel. That was controlling Palestinians. And that's a different thing altogether. So you asked me how I became an activist. I served in the IDF. And I think that as an Israeli, we have the moral obligation to speak about what we did over there. It's not a secret that belongs to me as a soldier or as an Israeli. It's something that everybody should know that is happening almost every night. Straw windows like I did, but every day we have checkpoints and the Palestinians giving permits and now fighting in Gaza and arrest. It's an ongoing occupation of 57 years.
Occupation of 57 years, very telling and gut-wrenching testimony under oath by this former IDF sniper. I had never heard of this Operation Straw Widow before. Had you?
No, but I'm quite familiar just with the behavior of the Israelis in the West Bank, whether that's through their seizure of land or, when I went to the West Bank, I worked with this wonderful translator, someone who'd previously taught English literature at local universities, and his family had, there's the one aspect of just getting around the West Bank where you're confronting Israeli soldiers constantly because of the checkpoints, but then you also have the radical settlers that came in and burned down his family's olive grove. And every Palestinian you meet, like in the West Bank, has a story like that. And it's only surprising that more Israeli soldiers don't wake up to what it is that they're doing after participating in something like that. It's a minority. And that's the scary part, is that you actually, rather than seeing a mass awakening in Israeli society against the war or against the occupation, you see them doubling down and even having these protests demanding their right to rape non-Jews. So it's a pretty disturbing societal trend there, and ones that I think Americans struggle to grasp, because even Americans who've served in the US military, I think, have this idea of how an army or people are supposed to serve, even though war is, of course, not a pretty picture no matter any way you cut it. But they have this idea that, there's rules. The Israelis just simply don't honor those rules or honor any sort of semblance of human rights or rules of engagement. So I think more Americans need to wake up to that, and also wake up to the fact that in many instances, these wars that are so unpopular that American soldiers have served in over recent years in the Middle East are directly tied to Israel's interests. We were told for so long that they were about, wars about peace and democracy or American security, when in reality, I think it's become more and more clear that we were picking off Israel's enemies in the region one by one.
What has been, switching gears to the other side of the world, what has been the CIA's role in Venezuela?
Well, it's interesting because there's a tie to Zionism here as well. The government in Venezuela that has since the early 2000s begun the process of nationalizing their country's natural resources. So we're talking about the largest oil reserves in the world, over double what Saudi Arabia has, and the largest untapped gold deposits in the world, which I think makes Venezuela especially key to the modern world, because I think BRICS and other countries that are breaking away from the dollar are going to be looking at gold as a base currency, or having gold playing a larger role in global exchange once again. And so the US, up until that point, up until this process, had basically, through US companies and European companies, dominated Venezuela's oil industry and their mining sector. And since that ended, since Venezuela started asserting its sovereignty, the US has run endless coup attempts. In 2002, they removed their first revolutionary leader, Chavez, from office with a brief military coup. But so many people went into the streets that they were forced to bring him back. More recently, there have been other periodic periods of unrest in the streets, but more recently in 2019, the Trump administration moved to recognize this shadow government in Venezuela. So this was a very odd policy where the US actually declared mission accomplished in its regime change before the change in government had actually taken place. The Maduro government to this day controls the borders, the military, all of the government ministries in Caracas, and yet the US recognizes a government as its legitimate government that isn't part of that regime. Why is that? Well, as a result of that policy of recognizing a shadow government, the US and our European allies have successfully frozen billions of dollars worth of Venezuelan assets, including gold bullion that was stored in the Bank of England that Maduro actually attempted to repatriate back in 2018, just a few months before the US launched this coup. So it meant that now England gets to sit on Venezuela's sovereign gold reserve holdings indefinitely, because they claim they can't figure out who actually runs the government in Venezuela. Very convenient for the British. Now they get to keep those gold reserves. But to tie it back to Zionism, Venezuela kicked out the Israelis, doesn't even have doesn't have an Israeli embassy in Caracas, has not had relations with Israel since the 2000s. Compare that now with Javier Milei in Argentina, who took his first international trip as president to Israel, actually thanked the Chabad Lubavitch cult in New York for his victory, went and prayed to a cult leader, claiming that thanks to his belief in that cult, he was actually able to win the presidency in Argentina. He's not only sold out his country to the IMF and is accepting IMF loans, now has higher inflation than Venezuela, and is facing street protests himself. But more recently, in this past week, Javier Milei got caught shipping Argentina's sovereign gold supply offshore. Now, what kind of leader does that? I'm not sure. He wouldn't even say where it went. I'm willing to bet it was the Bank of England, but this is now a controversy in Argentina. So I think this shows two models for development or leadership in Latin America. Yes, the Venezuelan government has its own issues. They would admit that there's corruption and that they're fighting their own battles internally, but at least that it's up to them, that they're still a sovereign nation trying to get their sovereign gold reserve deposits back, as a result facing all this pressure externally, whereas Argentina, Milei, very warmly praised by Elon Musk and many figures in alternative media, but is actually in many ways selling out his nation. There's some link there too between those that are very pro-Israel on the American continent and those that are not, that would like to actually be sovereign and actually call Israel out for its war at a time like now. So I think Americans would benefit to, again, learn about Venezuela and create a rational policy there that is not just driven by these characters that want to get a slice of the country's natural resources.
Who won the Venezuelan presidential elections last week?
Well, according to the government, Maduro has declared victory, but they have yet to release their local polling data. And because of street protests and the opposition coming forward with their own polling data, saying that they didn't recognize the results, the U.S. immediately recognizing that opposition candidate again, they've turned the process over to their Supreme Court now to have all of the parties that participated turn over their polling data, and the Supreme Court is going to conduct an independent audit. But I would just say that it doesn't even matter who won the vote necessarily from the perspective of Americans, because this isn't about voting or democracy for the US. That's not really what we're basing our policy on. In fact, the opposition said before the vote took place that they would not honor the election results unless they won. And this is something that routinely happens in Venezuela. It happened in 2014, it happened in 2016, 2019, or I'm sorry, 2018. Whenever there was an election that the opposition didn't win, they go into the streets, they claim fraud, and it's created this breakdown now at a point where it doesn't even matter who wins the vote. It's just a question of who controls the military and who controls the borders, who actually can provide stability in the country. And Maduro says to the United States, he just gave a statement last week saying, look, I'm the only one that is going to prevent more migrants from coming to the border and has the ability to actually stabilize the country. He also gave a comment last week saying that, you know, he's been frustrated because routinely when Trump was in office, Trump actually tried to reach out to meet with him. He actually revealed that when he came to the US in 2018 for the UN General Assembly meeting, that Trump tried to schedule a meeting to meet with him as the president of the United States, to meet with the president of Venezuela, but that these advisors, Bolton, Pompeo, and at the time Rex Tillerson, the former CEO of Exxon, who was Secretary of State, blocked that meeting from happening. And Maduro said this happened repeatedly throughout Trump's presidency. And so I think as Americans, we should start to ask questions about who's actually driving our policy. Is it the president? Is the commander in chief and the chief diplomat actually able to set our foreign policy? Or is it ideologues like Bolton and to be honest, foreigners? There's a large group of Miami Cubans and Venezuelans who act very similarly to the way the Israel lobby does, where they have this base and they say, we're one issue voters, and our one issue is that you have to take a hard line on Venezuela and Cuba and Latin America and try to carry out regime change operations against foreign countries. I think that doesn't make sense for the US, especially not in 2024. If you're here in the United States, you have a stake here. You should act as an American, not with an interest to go and gain control back in your home country. And I think going forward, this is something that we should be concerned about, because we can understand Ukraine, we can understand the Middle East and all these other regions all we want, but at the end of the day, the Americas, that's our neighborhood. Venezuela, these are the countries that we have to understand and deal with, and we should deal with them for what they are rather than what we want them to be, which is like some projection of an old, outdated neoliberal model that just doesn't catch. It just doesn't work in 2024. People aren't going along with it, whether it's Venezuela or Iran or places throughout Europe.
Here's President Maduro denouncing the United States, denouncing Javier Milei, and denouncing Elon Musk. Maybe you can tell us what this is all about. Cut number 7.
I denounce that the government of the United States, together with Elon Musk and the international fascist of Milei, are at the forefront of a destabilization process and a coup d'etat at this moment against the Venezuelan people and against Venezuelan democracy.
What does he mean?
Elon Musk, for whatever reason, came out before the election and endorsed the opposition candidate, actually endorsed Maria Corina Machado, who was not even on the ballot, but is the main opposition figure leading the rallies and pretty much the campaign of the candidate Edmundo Gonzalez. Elon Musk has, as we know, an interest in natural resources that are needed to build batteries. Venezuela, and on top of having gold and oil reserves, has lithium, coltan, all the different minerals that are going to be key going forward into building the batteries that Elon would like to build. You may recall in 2019 there was actually a coup in Bolivia, overturned the government there temporarily in a similar instance where there was a progressive government that just wanted to have national control over the resources, and then this military dictatorship came in and started selling it off to players like Elon. And at the time, someone mentioned this to Elon, that there was a violent coup in Bolivia, and he responded on X or Twitter at the time saying, "We will coup whoever we want." And it was kind of a joke then, but the fact that he's now decided to take such a strong line on Venezuela is disappointing to me as someone who does appreciate what Elon has attempted to do for free speech and our rights on X. I think it's disappointing that he now is, getting involved in a regime change scheme. And he also has had this relationship with Milei that is curious. He's gone down there, and so have his the media figures that he's boosted on X, such as Bari Weiss, Ben Shapiro, all gone and done puff pieces for Milei. He went down there and signed deals with Milei himself. And Milei in Argentina, since coming into power, has actually expanded the U.S. military presence in his own country, is opening a naval base. And so it is a concern for Venezuelans and other governments in the region that Argentina is now turning into a staging ground for potential military operations against governments in the region. And so I hope that we don't escalate any further, because if Argentina were to put any pressure on Venezuela, or if the U.S. is involved there with State Department funding and CIA-backed groups, I've documented all that in my book. If they decide to turn up the heat and force Maduro out through some sort of military action or pressure in the streets, then we're looking at a civil war type scenario in our hemisphere. Not to mention the fact that Russia is heavily involved in Venezuela. They consider Venezuela one of their key international partners. They have military advisors and Russian military equipment there, as do the Iranians, have deep ties with the Venezuelans. So if war were to break out, we would actually be looking at an expansion of the global war that we see now in the Middle East and Ukraine into the American continent, which I think would be very dangerous, not something I want to see.
Anya, nobody else is talking about this, and I'm deeply grateful for the way you tie it all together. Tell us about your book, Corporate Coup.
It's your host, Danny Hai Fong. Thank you for joining me for another live stream today. We have a very special guest for you. It will be in just a minute here as I get things prepared on Rockfin and Rumble. But today we have Professor Mohammad Marandi, who is a professor at the University of Tehran and an advisor to the Iran nuclear negotiations team, and of course, an expert who you probably know quite well in terms of discussing all things Iran, all things West Asia, and of course, all things Gaza. So before we get started, be sure to hit the like button. That helps boost this live stream in the YouTube algorithm. And be sure to hit the subscribe button, the notifications bell if you're new here, and go to the video description below to find Mohammad Marandi's X account where you can follow him. And you can also find all the ways to support this work on Patreon, Substack, and so much more. But without further ado, Professor Marandi, it is great to be with you again today.
Thank you very much for inviting me.
Yes. So we have a lot to get to here. And I wanted to begin, of course, with Iran. Right now, Professor Marandi, it feels like the calm before the storm, but the storm is indeed coming. Of course, we are talking about Iran's possible retaliation for Israel's multiple aggressions, escalating aggressions in the region, including the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran. So maybe we can just begin, Professor Marandi, with what's going to happen. Can we expect a bigger, broader war here? I know that's what many people are afraid of, not just in the region, but worldwide. What is your assessment of the situation?
It's not impossible because the Iranian response will be pretty severe. It will be more extensive and more punishing than what we saw in April. So it will really depend on the United States to yank on the leash of Netanyahu and his people so that we don't move towards greater escalation. If the regime, the Israeli regime, attacks Iran, then Iran will attack again, because the objective of this strike that will soon be carried out is to make sure that the Israeli regime regrets what it did and does not repeat aggression. Because obviously, the Iranian response in April did not lead to long-term deterrence. The Israeli regime was quiet for 2-3 months and refrained from striking Iranian targets. But Netanyahu needs an escalation, and therefore he has carried out a new act of aggression, which for the Iranians is not just a violation of its territory. It's not just the murder of a senior Palestinian official and a close friend of the Iranian leader, the president, and Ayatollah Khamenei and other important officials, and who's also a household name. But also it was a strike against, it was an attack on Iran's honor and dignity, because he was a guest in Iran, Martyr Haniyeh. So I think it's quite clear that if the Israelis if the Israelis respond to Iran's retaliation, Iran will hit them again and again and again until the Israelis come to the recognition that they made a mistake.
Yes, yes, indeed. And given what you're saying is that Iran's response will be quite big, will be quite dramatic, and that this all depends on the United States and how they handle the situation. What do you make of some? I don't know if you've seen this around. There's a lot of talk about Iran, especially on social media, people who follow this conflict, people who have been following West Asia. And one of the criticisms I hear is that Iran is going too slow, that there was a lot of criticisms about Operation True Promise, maybe giving too many signals to the US and Israel about what was going to happen. What do you have to say about this? Because I've seen it, and you are in Iran, and maybe you can educate the audience best on how Iran exactly is navigating this storm that we are speaking of.
So are you referring to the April Operation True Promise, or are you referring to right now?
I think
criticism.
Sorry. Yes. I am referring to both. I think starting in April after Operation True Promise and into today, there's a lot of feelings among those who want to see decisive action. What do you have to say, I guess, about their assessment as compared to maybe the reality on the ground that you have been studying and witnessing in Iran?
Well, I understand those who are not happy with or completely happy with the Iranian response in April, the True Promise operation. But I have to also point out that the Iranians in that operation had a number of objectives. And the Iranians also believed that it was not just a response to the Israelis, but it was an opportunity to open certain doors for Iran. So until the Israeli regime struck the Iranian embassy, it was very difficult for the Iranians to contemplate striking the Israeli regime, even though they'd murdered a number of Iranians in Syria during previous months and previous years, because they were, of course, targeted killings. But it is very difficult to convince neighboring countries that we're going to fire drones and missiles over you and strike Israel because they assassinated someone in Damascus or in some other part of Syria. So when the Israeli regime, carried out the strike on the embassy, the Iranians had an opportunity to strike the Israeli regime for the first time directly. And so they first went through the motions. They went to the UN Security Council. They took their complaint there. The US, France, and England, and Germany, apparently, if they were in the council at that time, they said, no, we will not condemn the Israeli regime. So the UN Security Council refrained from condemning the regime that carried out an airstrike on a diplomatic facility, killing 12 or 13, I'm not quite sure, I don't remember right now, but 12 or 13 people. So that strengthened Iran's hand and Iran's argument to strike at Israel, because Iran was saying, look, the UN Security Council is supporting the bombing of the Iranian embassy. Basically, that's what Western countries were doing. They refused to allow the Israeli regime to even be condemned. So Iran told its neighbor, Iraq, that we're going to fire missiles and drones at Israel. And it also informed the Jordanians. And if you recall, the Iranian acting foreign minister, the foreign minister at that time, he contacted the different governments in the Persian Gulf region and beyond, informing them that Iran is going to attack. So it would be very difficult for anyone to really make this a big issue because of what the Israeli regime did. Even though the Jordanians supported the Israelis and they were part of the coalition to stop the Iranian missiles and drones, but still it made it more difficult for them. It strengthened Iran's case in the eyes of the public in the region and beyond, and in the eyes of many governments. Now, even when Iran fired the drones and missiles, it had to inform the Iraqi government because you have civilian aircraft flying over the country. So it's not as if Iran could just fire away. And also, some people say, well, why did the Iranians announce that they were firing the drones? The drones would be on their way it would take 5 or 6 hours to get to Palestine. And therefore, the Israelis would find out very soon that those drones have been launched. The Americans have spy satellites and intelligence gathering means across the region. And so if Iran launched the drones and missiles quietly, the Israelis would have been informed by the Americans very rapidly. So the Iranians thought it would be an opportunity to spread fear in Palestine among these colonizers, these settlers who are doing what they're doing to the Palestinians. So they announced it so that they would have this a number of hours of waiting before the drones got there. Now, one may say that, okay, well, all this aside, maybe the Iranians should have hit harder. But there is a lot of things were going on in the region and beyond. Iran did not want the focus to be taken away from Gaza, A. B, Iran did not want its friends and allies across the world to feel that maybe Iran is using this as an opportunity to bring about a regional war. The Chinese are concerned, the Iranian neighbors are concerned, countries across the global south don't want to see a global economic meltdown. Because if there is a regional war, then that's what's going to happen. If the Americans get involved, let's say, and strike Iran, then all those countries that host American bases in the Persian Gulf region, they will be hostile. All those oil and gas installations, they'll be gone. In Iraq, the Americans will be overrun. That will mean basically that the global economy will collapse. It will collapse in a way that it has never collapsed before. Not even the 1929 stock market meltdown and the subsequent depression would be anything like this. This would be much more severe. Iran doesn't want the world to blame Iran for it. It wants to make sure that the Israeli regime is seen as responsible. So the Iranian response was very calculated. They fired roughly 300 very old drones, which for Iran didn't cost anything, very little. They were first generation drones, very different from Iran's modern drones. I think the Russians would tell you the difference between new Iranian drones and old Iranian drones. And of course, some older Iranian missiles and a few new Iranian missiles, newer missiles, which all of the new ones went right through the Iron Dome and hit their targets. So the older missiles were also used as decoys, but they're also, and the drones, they were all used to draw fire. And that's what happened. The Americans, they spent roughly, I think, $2.6 billion on missiles and other means to down Iranian missiles and drones. And the Israelis, from what I recall, spent something like $1.4 billion. And the Americans did the heavy lifting. They were the ones who really downed the drones and missiles. The Israelis weren't very capable. And they were forced to down them because although they were very old drones, but if they didn't down them, they would hit their targets. So they had to fire missiles that would cost maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars, sometimes tens of thousands of dollars, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars to down a drone that costs like a couple of $1,000s. So it was very costly for the Americans and the Israelis, especially at a time when they need these defense capabilities in Ukraine. And there's a huge shortage of these missiles in Ukraine, as you know quite well. And your audience knows because I know you follow this. So it came both at a financial cost, but also it depleted their stocks for future conflict, in case of future conflict, which is now. Also, and most importantly, for Iran, it was an intelligence gathering operation because Iran was able to draw fire from all quarters, from the British, the French. I mean, everyone was a part of this. The regional countries, the American Air Base in Turkey, in Qatar and Bahrain, across the region, they were all working together to bring down these drones and to help the U.S. Air Force and others to find the drones and find the missiles and bring them down. So for Iran, they learned a great deal about U.S. capabilities and British, French, and Israeli capabilities all alongside one another, and the role that the different bases that the Americans have in Turkey and in the Persian Gulf, what role they play. So I'm not a technical person. I don't know the technicalities, so that's basically all I can say in this regard. But even more important than that, was the fact that the Iranians actually carried out the attack. And so they normalized striking Israel from Iran. So from now on, this is nothing new. It can happen again and again and again. So I think that it was a deterrence. It was a significant deterrence. It was very costly for the Americans and the Israelis, as I pointed out. It was quite humiliating for them. The missiles that were supposed to get through and hit two bases, one in the Golan and the other in the south, they got through. But and as I said, for 2-3 months, Israelis refrained from attacking Iran, and during this period, Iran has been doing a lot through Syria. The Syrian government has helped a lot in getting whatever needs to be taken to Lebanon or to somewhere anywhere else to go through Syria. But obviously, with hindsight, that deterrence was not enough. And so this time around, the Iranians are going to have to hit harder. And one reason why Iran has to hit harder is the very fact that last time around, the deterrence wasn't enough. And the Europeans and the Americans refused to stop the Israelis from carrying out attacks. Not only do they, I mean, you've seen the footage. I've seen the footage of the rape. The systematic rape is going on in these different dungeons, in these camps. They're massacring women and children day and night. As we speak, people are being slaughtered. The Europeans and the Americans have no problem with that. They will support Israel until the last Palestinian. So obviously, until the last Palestinian is killed. So obviously, Iran cannot depend on sane European leaders or sane American leaders recognizing that this is dangerous. So they have to punish the Israeli regime. And now the Iranian logic for striking Israel harder is even stronger, because they're saying, look, 2-3 months ago, we hit them. We didn't hit them as hard as we could for the sake of peace and stability, but look what happened. So Iran's international partners, its regional partners, countries that are members of, BRICS, for example, many of them are key Iranian friends, if not allies, neighboring countries. They all have to be convinced by Iran that we're not the problem. It's the Israeli regime that's the problem. It's this genocidal regime that is raping men and women and slaughtering men, women, and children 24 hours a day. That's also bombing Lebanon and Syria and even the West Bank. They bombed the West Bank, and this regime is a rogue regime that's out of control. And the only way for us to be able to have peace and stability is to make it regret its attack. So it's not just about striking Israel. There are a lot of things involved, and also Iran has friends and allies. Iran has to, it's not the Americans and the Europeans. It's about the whole of the global South. It's about Iran's neighbors. So, and again, this time around, Iran also went to the UN Security Council, but it also called for a meeting of the foreign ministers of the Islamic states and Islamic countries. So all of these political activities were to strengthen Iran politically, so that if the Israeli regime does the stupid thing and attack Iran again and escalate further, because we have to keep in mind that we are already in a stage of escalation. When the Israeli regime bombs Beirut and bombs a civilian tower, a residential block, to kill one person, just to kill one person, they destroyed a residential block and murdered women and children. When they bomb Al Hodeidah and kill ordinary people at and civilian infrastructure, that's escalation. When they assassinate a senior international figure in Tehran in an official government guest house, a guest house where presidents stay in, prime ministers stay in, foreign ministers stay in, presidential messages are brought to Iran by special envoys. They stay at that guest house. When they strike a target like that, then that's all escalation. And therefore, Iran is not escalating, Iran is responding to that escalation. So if the Israeli regime strikes again after the Iranian strike, after Hezbollah strike, after the Yemen strike, after the resistance in Iraq strike, then the international community will know exactly where things stand, that this is the Israeli regime that's the problem. So it is not just, Iran could have struck Israel, the Israeli regime, hours after what happened, because Iran has underground drone and missile bases across the country. Enormous bases. They've been preparing themselves for potential American aggression for 20 to 30 years, ever since the war in Iraq. They've been preparing themselves. And that is exactly why the Americans are unable to destroy Yemen's missile and drone capabilities, because they too are underground. And the same is true in Lebanon, and the same is true in Gaza, and the same is true in Iraq and parts of Iraq and Syria as well, where the resistance stores their key equipment. So Iran could launch drones and missiles very, very rapidly. But there are lots of things to do, and there's also one final issue, and that is psychological warfare. Last time round, the Iranians wanted these, and I think I referred to this earlier on, but again, like last time, the Iranians want the Israelis to experience fear. They are raping people. They are openly raping people, and the majority of the Israeli public supports rape, as we saw through the Channel 12 poll, the Israeli Channel 12 poll that was published. The majority of Israelis support raping prisoners, and the overwhelming majority support the bombing of women and children and the massacre of Palestinians. And Israeli ministers have spoken about starving all over 2 million Palestinians in Gaza, and saying that that's the moral thing to do. So I don't think Iran sees it as a problem for Israelis to worry a bit for a few extra days about when and how the Iranians are going to respond.
Yes, yes, indeed. I was going to ask you actually to comment on the psychological warfare component, because we've seen the Americans, right? Antony Blinken just scrambling to predict when Iran is going to strike. We've seen videos of Israelis, fleeing en masse. We've seen, just so many media reports now all across the Western mainstream media. When will they attack? And now there's an effort to almost denigrate Iran, to say, oh, well, this waiting period must mean that Iran is more fearful of an attack than they've made it out to be so far. What do you have to say about that kind of reporting that we've been seeing?
Well, time will tell, but that's I think the best response that anyone could give. If the United States and Europeans want to think that way, that's fine, but that's not going to change the reality. And I think the Americans and Europeans have to keep in mind that in the Red Sea, the Americans have been battling Ansar Allah, the Yemeni armed forces, or what the West likes to call the Houthis, for almost 10 months now. The Ansar Allah, Yemen, has been implementing a siege on Israeli ports because they say that we are implementing the Genocide Convention. And the Americans, in order to help the Israeli regime carry out genocide and the Holocaust in Gaza, and to enable them to do all the things that they're doing, like the systematic rape and the death as a result of rape and torture and all that, they have been fighting against Ansar Allah in the Red Sea. Who has won? Ansar Allah is the side that dictates what ships go through the Red Sea and what ships don't, and there's nothing that the Americans can do about it. So does anyone think for a moment that the Americans can defeat Iran in any conflict? No, the Americans will lose. The world will lose, but the Americans do not have the ability to defeat Iran. They cannot defeat Ansar Allah. How are they going to defeat Iran? Iran is far stronger than any of its allies in the axis of resistance. In fact, the Israeli regime, which hasn't been able to capture Gaza after 10 months, and this is now being admitted by just a couple of days ago, apparently, CNN did a report on this, saying that Hamas and its allies have been able to keep their hold on the whole of the Gaza Strip, and these have failed. So if the Israeli regime has failed after 10 months of genocide and slaughter, in Gaza, which is a dot on the map, if you look at the world map, you can't even see it, then Israel is not really in a position to fight Hezbollah, let alone Iran. So I think it's very clear that the Israeli regime and its Western allies are not in a good place, especially as the United States is losing the war and NATO is losing the war in Ukraine. The Russians are making advances literally daily. And as tensions with China are always on the rise in the South China Sea and due to Taiwan. So the Americans are not in a position to go and mobilize their forces at a time when they're spread out across the world and at a time when they're facing economic turmoil, and as we saw with the stock markets, and also with internal problems that the United States and European countries have. The British, for example, the race riots that we've seen, they're not a good sign, regardless of the nature of those riots. But the situation is not good in the United States and in Europe. They are not in a position to engage in any war with Iran and have any hope for success.
I'm glad you brought up these points because I wanted to ask you, Professor Morandi, we've seen reports, even before this latest round of regional escalations, of just Israel's almost perilous. I know it's hard for some to believe that Israel's situation is perilous, but indeed there are major reports in the Wall Street Journal talking about Israel's manpower issue. They're struggling with their reservist laden military force, kind of strangling the economy because it's bringing people out of work. You mentioned Yemen and the Red Sea blockade by Ansarallah. And of course, all of this was in reference to Hezbollah. Could you speak to just what you have observed in terms of where Israel is at in this war as a whole? Because I think what we are seeing is that as they saber rattle with Iran and in the United States attempts to beef up Israel's capabilities, we are truly witnessing something pretty historic in terms of exposing Israel's so-called invincibility.
Well, as Larry Johnson has rightly pointed out to me, many in Israel are brainwashed and they think they're winning. And many elites in Israel apparently think so too. But there are indications that many in the military and in Israeli intelligence recognize that things are not good at all. And I think everyone outside of Palestine recognize that things are not at all good. After 10 months, the regime is lost in Gaza. They've lost alongside the border with Lebanon, and Hezbollah is much stronger than Hamas and Islamic Jihad. They have lost, of course, in the Red Sea. The Americans have been fighting on their behalf, no success at all. So economic hardship intensifies as a result. They have failed to be able to stop the Iraqi resistance and the resistance in Syria. And of course, there's Iran. So the Israeli economy is in terrible shape. And this is, I think, a very key point, because in future, people are not going to invest in that land anymore because it's not safe. Right now, the regime has been fighting a war for 10 months, and its manpower is focused on fighting. There's always a possibility of missiles and drones striking. So the regime, which has always been a center of investment by the West, and this investment hasn't always been because it's the best place to invest. It's because Western regimes, and especially the Americans, have been pushing for people to invest in Israel. But in future, it's going to be all the more difficult. But more importantly, as the West declines, because the West has no money, non-Western countries are going to become more important. And China is not going to invest in Israel anymore. I've been to China twice over the past few months, and I've met Chinese colleagues in Tehran many times. they dislike the regime. The mask has been removed. People across the world are seeing the regime for what it really is. Even in the West, where there's the Western media tries to defend the regime, it tries to be apologetic, it censors the news, it won't tell you anything about, it will tell you day and night about the fake accusations of rape on October the 7th. It will tell you about the fake accusations of beheadings on October the 7th, day and night, but it will not say anything about the rapes that are that we can see on tape. It will not talk about the massacres that are taking place day and night in Palestine, because the Western media is in the hands of this elite, which is either Zionist or allied to Zionism. But in the rest of the world, they see the reality differently. In their social media, in their media, the truth is coming out. People are seeing Israelis rape Palestinians, and then they see Israelis coming on television to defend rape, and they see the polls where the majority of this sick regime support rape. So Israel has its image has been completely demolished. And by the way, so is the image of the collective West, because they're supporting this regime. So they are all they are part of this genocide. They're part of this Holocaust. All Western mainstream journalists, all diplomats, all elites, politicians, all these people, they are as guilty as the regime itself, because they're the ones who enabled this. But the point is that this place will no longer have major foreign investment. And therefore, I think that the long-term fortunes, I mean, in the long term, the regime is going to have more and more difficulty in sustaining itself. And I personally believe that we are we're witnessing, or we will be witnessing, the last few the coming years will be the final years of the regime. I don't think that this regime can sustain itself for much longer, maybe a few more years, but this situation is not sustainable. So they've been humiliated on the battlefield. They've been exposed as being genocidal and rape and condoning and supporting rape. And their economy is in tatters. This is no longer the Israel with the invincible army. It is not the only democracy in the Middle East. It's not this civilized garden, European garden in the middle of this wild jungle, as racist European officials like to present themselves in Israel as being.
Yes, yes, indeed. I mean, those are all very good points, and they're admitting it now, Professor Morandi. I mean, they're saying that everything is collapsing. You even have Thomas Friedman, one of the biggest war hawks in so-called Western media journalism at the New York Times, saying that the only way out for Israel is to prop up a political solution supporting, they say, the Palestinian Authority at Hamas's expense, and that's the only way to undermine Iran. I mean, what do you make of this kind of desperation? Because it does sound like, well, on the one hand, we've seen so much coordination and cooperation, of course, from the United States with Israel. We also see this tension between the U.S. and especially Netanyahu and his people around this long war, which now even the Western media is admitting Israel is not prepared for.
Well, Thomas Friedman is his articles themselves are a sign of the grave situation that the Israeli regime is facing. He is, of course, a Zionist himself, and he supports ethno-supremacism. These are the sort of people that would support slavery in the 19th century. They are the status quo people, and they would say, tell us about the benefits of slavery and how the slave owners are actually doing a favor to the slaves, and how they're providing them with housing and providing them with food, whereas If the slaves were free, they probably wouldn't be able to survive, and they would be a menace to humanity. That's the sort of these are the exact. The world hasn't changed. The same in the 18th, 17th, 16th century, when genocides were taking place, when colonialism was growing, when the different European empires were on the rise, when the American empire rose, they all justified the crimes that they were committing across the world. And what makes Israel so hated, I think, across the global south is that people see their own history live on television, because this is the first genocide that's taking place in front of a global audience. And people see the West defending it. They see European diplomats in their very expensive suits and ties and their expensive clothes, explaining how the Israelis have it's legitimate what they're doing, and sort of being apologetic for all the. When people across the global south see this, they say, oh, this is what we're reading in our history books. This is our history. This is what they were doing to us in the 19th century. This is what they were doing to us in Algeria in the 20th century. This is what they were doing to us in Kenya. This is what they were doing to us in Rhodesia. This is what they were doing to us in India. So this is what they were doing to us in Iran and Iraq and elsewhere. People across the world see what is happening in Palestine as a repetition of what has happened to them over the last few hundred years as a result of the rise of empire. So the Israeli regime is in serious trouble, but so is the West. Now, people like him, they are looking for a way out. But the problem is that he's not trying to seek a just solution. He wants the Palestinian Authority, which is basically the Israeli regime's jailer, to take control of Gaza. That is his solution. He does not want the Palestinian people to be free. He does not want them to govern themselves. He does not want the refugees who've been kicked out of their homes to go home, because he is a racist. He is an ethno-supremacist. He is a colonizer. As I said, this is nothing new. But the fact is that it's not going to work. Their problem is that they can't come to terms with reality. Hamas has won. Hamas has won the war, just like Hezbollah won the war in 2006. Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and their allies in Gaza, they've won the war. Ansarullah in Yemen, they've won the war. Hezbollah has won the war. Israel, the Israeli regime, is the side that needs a victory, and they failed on all fronts. Their biggest defeat is the very fact that they've been exposed to the world for what they are. I mean, where in the world would the majority of a people, support rape and speak about it openly on television? Where in the world is that possible? The Americans like to call North Korea some police state, the dystopian police state. I've never been there. I have no comment to make on North Korea. I'm probably not a utopia, but do North Koreans talk about rape, the legitimacy of rape? Does anyone do such a thing? But the West supports this. So the Western regimes support rape because that's what they're supporting. They can't escape this. So the situation for Israel and the collective West is very bad, because this is not just about Israel. Israel is a liability for the West. It's not an asset. People in the West, or elites in the West, like to say that Israel is an asset and an ally or an important ally. No, Israel is the reason why, the biggest reason why the West is so deeply despised in our part of the world. And now across the world, people are seeing what's going on. If Israel didn't exist, if there were human rights for all, if Westerners considered Palestinians to be human beings, and we would have people living as equal human beings in Palestine, do you think that would hinder relations with Western countries or sort out the problems that exist with Western countries? Do you think Iran's biggest issue with the West is Palestine? If the issue was resolved, where all people were equal human beings, then what would Iran's problem with the West be? The West speaks about Arab countries wanting to being in the Israeli camp and the American camp. Those are just family dictatorships. The people on the ground don't, they hate Israel. They hate this regime. And the Americans and the Europeans, in supporting this genocide, have to take into account the fact that people are getting increasingly angry. I said earlier somewhere that the sea may seem that during the war I was a military diver, so sometimes on the surface the water seems calm, but underneath there are lots of things going on. There's water moves. They're powerful movements under the sea. Remember in Tunisia when that young man burned himself alive, and it brought down governments across North Africa and chaos across the region in West Asia. The situation now is much more dangerous than back then. So the sea may seem calm, but underneath, lots of things are happening. People are outraged. So hatred towards the West will only intensify. And by the way, if there is a regional war, if the Israeli regime does the stupid thing, if they do not, the United States does not yank on Netanyahu's leash, and there is a regional war, where do you think the refugees are going to go? Does the British government and the French and the German government think about these sort of things? In fact, I would tell all those racists, many of these are just people who've been misled, because the poor, the underclass, the underprivileged in England and in Europe, whether white or black or colored or brown or whatever, they're all in the same boat. But those who don't like to see people like me on the streets of their cities, they should be at the forefront of the anti-war movement. They should be the ones insisting on their governments to end this, support for a genocidal regime, to end these endless wars. So I think that the West doesn't recognize how bad the situation is for them. They don't understand how bad the situation is for the Israeli regime. The Israeli regime doesn't understand it. And those who do understand it are not looking for real solutions, like Friedman. Like he wants to put a Band-Aid over a huge, a body, that's a person who's bleeding to death. He wants to use a Band-Aid. That's basically it, because he wants to preserve this racist regime.
Yes, so all very good points. When I am assessing the situation and see the Western mainstream media, especially the Wall Street Journal, even talking about a long war and how Israel has always been prepared for a short war, of course, this negates the Palestinian experience, which has been a rolling genocide for over 70 years now, almost 80 years now. And then if we can go further back. But at the same time, Professor Marandi, the dynamics that you've spoken of in terms of what kind of sentiment is built up in the region against Israel and the United States, the longer this goes on, it makes me wonder about your assessment of how the axis of resistance has been able to get so powerful in general. Because I think what we are seeing is, on the one hand, Israel overstepping its hand, and on the other, the axis of resistance, whether we're talking about Hezbollah or Ansarallah and Iran, and also maybe you can comment on the attacks on U.S. bases from the Kateb Hezbollah and other regional forces. We are seeing a very powerful axis of resistance that is now getting more attention in terms of its capacity and its ability to assert the political direction that it wants to see. What do you have to say about the axis of resistance?
But yes, you're absolutely correct. And in 2003, when the Americans invaded Iraq, I think it was Someone in the White House once said that real men go to Tehran. So the United States had invaded Iraq, Afghanistan, and they were contemplating invading Syria or Iran. So that was then. But the Iranians, apparently the Iranians have always been very good at chess. I don't know. Someone once said that they invented chess in Iran. I don't know if that's true. If they, some people, they try to attribute things to themselves, but they outplayed the Americans. The Iranians supported the opposition in Afghanistan and in Iraq. They weakened the Americans. And gradually the resistance in Yemen grew, and in Lebanon, of course, it existed from a long time ago with the help of Syria. So we gradually saw the Americans' hold over the region weaken, and Iran was literally surrounded back then. But now we see that the Israelis are surrounded. Yemen in the Red Sea, the Hezbollah in the Mediterranean, and then there's Iraq and Syria. And of course, the reason why the dirty war in Syria began from the very beginning was because the Americans knew something was happening. And they wanted this they wanted to use what was going on across the Arab world as an opportunity to launch a dirty war in Syria and undermine Syria, because Syria was very important for linking Iran, Iraq, and Lebanon, and of course the Syrian Golan. So the Americans from early on in Syria, they were funding extremists. The Iranians were saying this, but the Western media was ridiculing it, and unfortunately many people in the region didn't, they were fooled because you had all of the Arabic media, which is largely state-owned or indirectly owned by different states. They were all trying to undermine Syria. You had, unfortunately, Erdogan, who's now doing really nothing to help the Palestinians. But back then he was supporting these groups, ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And we have to keep in mind that on February the 12th, 2012, Jake Sullivan, the current National Security Advisor, sent an email to the then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton saying that out in Syria, Al-Qaeda is on our side. So from the very start, the Americans were working with Al-Qaeda, just as they were also doing in Libya. You will recall the suicide bomber in Manchester who killed all those young kids at a concert. He was one of these extremists, he and his father. And they were moving back and forth from the UK. The Western intelligence agencies, NATO intelligence agencies, were working with these extremists. And of course, after Libya fell, they focused on Syria. And Istanbul was a key point. They had a center there for coordinating the fight against Syria from the north, and they had another command center in Amman in Jordan for the south. So, and then back then there was no ISIS. Al-Qaeda then split into two. I don't want to go over the history. And we had the emergence of ISIS. Now, ISIS, when we look at the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency document of 2012, which stated that U.S. allies in the region want to create a Salafist entity between Syria and Iraq to surround Syria, because in north there was Turkey, in the south there was Jordan, both American allies, and then you had Israel, and in Lebanon was very problematic because of the divide in the country. So they wanted to cut off Syria from Iraq. Who was that Salafist entity? It was ISIS. ISIS was that Salafist entity, that state that established itself between Syria and Iraq. And of course, General Michael Flynn, who we all know, who was briefly the National Security Advisor for Trump, admitted in an interview on Al Jazeera, of all places, with Mehdi Hassan, of all people, that the US government took a willful decision to support this. So the Americans knew that this axis of resistance, the only way to break it was to the only place where they could possibly break it was in Syria. Unfortunately, unfortunately, they failed, and they tried to convince Erdogan to, you know, to be a part of this, and Erdogan could take parts of Syria and, you know, increase his influence in Syria and become a sultan of sorts. And he destroyed much of Syria. Now he's talking about rapprochement with President Assad. Well, if President Assad is so bad, then how can you have rapprochement with him? So in any case, I mean, this is a dark past that is painful to go over, and even some people still now don't see the truth as it was. But the point that I'm making is that the Americans tried to undermine Syria. They were desperate to undermine Syria, the Americans and their allies, because for the Americans, it was the way to weaken this axis of resistance. And the axis of resistance has been set up to help the people of Palestine. Iran has no, I mean, Lebanon, right now, if Hezbollah does a deal with the Americans, do you think the Americans will give, do you think the United States and Israel is willing to give significant concessions to Hezbollah right now? Without a doubt. Do you think the Americans are right now willing to give enormous concessions to Ansarullah in Yemen right now? Absolutely. Do you think the Americans are willing to give huge concessions to Iran if Iran just gives up on the Palestinian cause? They'll give Iran the world. But this is an issue of principle. All of this is to end this ethno-supremacist regime and to bring about a state where Jews, Christians, and Muslims can live side by side. Remember, and I'm sure you know this, in Iran we have Jews. In Iran we have synagogues. In Tehran we have kosher restaurants. In parliament we have a Jewish parliamentarian. When they say anti-Semitism, in my opinion, the anti-Semites are the Zionists, because they're the ones who are trying to present themselves as representative of all Jews. Whereas, fortunately today, young Jews across the world, especially in the United States, are standing up and resisting Zionism. And you know many of them, and they've been on your show, I'm sure, and we all know who they are. I don't want to mention names because there are many of them, and then it's not right for me to mention 2 or 3 names and then forget everyone else or others. But in any case, the point is that the whole purpose of that axis of resistance is to end this horrible situation where you have these Europeans raping Palestinians on camera and apparently showing it as it happens to a government minister. That is what one report that I've seen, that one of the government ministers was watching it happen online. So this is what Iran wants to end. And of course, we're evil. We're the bad guys. We're the violators of human rights and human dignity, and we're the terrorists, and we're evil. But we're the ones who are fighting against this, and the West, which are they love women's rights and human rights and children's rights and animal rights and the environment, and they're so wonderful. They're the ones who are supporting this horrible regime.
Yes, indeed. And maybe final comment on this before we get to one last story, Professor Morandi. Given all that you said about how the axis of resistance has been strengthened by all of these examples you gave about what the U.S. and what Israel has been doing in this region, could you talk about now, in this reality that, some have criticized Russia and China's relationship to Israel and to overall what they've done around Gaza. But one thing that's been so striking over the many years now is that all those factors that you mentioned has actually allowed Russia and China to both maintain a certain level of diplomacy and to be part of the world system while also recognizing the axis of resistance. Russia and China are some of the 2 major powers that meet regularly with Hezbollah, that meet with the Palestinian resistance, that recognize Ansar Allah as a legitimate political force. What do you have to say about how the axis of resistance then factors into this growing multipolar world?
Well, in an ideal world, Russia, China, and other powers would break off all ties with the Israeli regime. And maybe we will reach a point where that happens. I mean, after all, when they keep raping and murdering and slaughtering, they are going to diminish themselves, and they're going to destroy their future, and they're going to grow weaker and weaker. So who knows what will happen in the years ahead. So but in any case, in an ideal world, I'd like them to break off ties. But at the moment, Russia and China and most countries across the global south have taken a very harsh stance against the Israelis. But then again, when regional countries refuse to break off ties, when Turkey refuses to break off ties, when Jordan, when the Emirates, when Egypt, when all of these countries, when Morocco and others refuse to break off ties with this genocidal regime, then we can't have unrealistic expectations of countries outside of the region who don't necessarily see the world the way we do, and they have other considerations for themselves. The right thing to do, in my opinion, is for everyone to break off ties with the regime. But in any case, that's not exactly what's happening right now. But I think that we should put pressure on regional countries to end their relationship. And it's very interesting how some people attack Iran or the resistance for not doing enough. Or they're already saying that Iran will not strike the Israeli regime, whereas they should be focusing on those countries that are doing nothing, that are continuing to allow their business people to do trade, that are allowing third parties to do trade with Israel, that have diplomatic ties with the Israeli regime. I think we must all collectively put pressure, because we're all a part of the resistance. The axis of resistance is the military wing, but the whole of humanity is a part of the resistance. We have to collectively put pressure on governments, on global institutions, on regional institutions to cut ties with this regime, whether it's in Africa or North Africa or West Asia or Europe or wherever. We all have to play a role. We all have to constantly carry out our responsibility and do more for the sake of the Palestinian people. What is going on in Gaza it's our responsibility to end it. Each and every one of us as individuals, whether it's on Twitter or Facebook or Instagram or on the streets, we have to do more, whether it's through boycotting Western goods. Even in the West, if I was in the West, I would boycott Western goods. I would not go to many of these places or purchase many of these goods that people speak about. And if I was outside the West, I would boycott altogether. That's what I personally believe. I think everyone has to do what they can. But I am optimistic about the future. The relationship between the Israeli regime and China is not good. The relationship with Russia is not good. Compared to a year ago today, the relationship has changed dramatically. And the view of people in China and Russia towards the Israeli regime has changed dramatically. And I think that's a big plus. Even in India, you were referring to Thomas Friedman. A few months ago, he wrote an article for the New York Times. In one of his articles, he said that I just came back from India, the Emirates, and Jordan, and things are not good. That means even in India, where unfortunately a segment of the population, a significant segment of the population, was supportive of and continues to be supportive of the regime, things have changed. Many Indians of different religious and ethnic backgrounds are seeing what's happening in Gaza. They're seeing what's happening in Palestine. And even the mood there has changed. So I'm optimistic about the future. It's very painful to see US senators and Congress people talking, supporting this genocide. It's very painful to see Western politicians supporting ethno-supremacism. They're very, it's amazing how any human being could do such a thing. It's utterly evil. It's very painful to watch the footage that we're seeing every day online. But I'm very optimistic because across the world and in the West, public opinion has changed, and many governments have changed their position, and the resistance, which is at the heart of this struggle, the axis of resistance, is doing a lot to weaken this regime. And Iran will continue to support Gaza, just as it is now. The resistance in Gaza is due to the heroism of the people and the resistance and the fighters, but obviously the Iranians are doing all sorts of things there. We know that. Or in Lebanon, or in Yemen, or in Iraq and Syria. Iran will continue to support this collective resistance until racism and apartheid in Palestine comes to an end.
Yes, yes. Professor Morandi, do you have time for one more story? It's kind of a breaking development. I'd love to leave with you, but please let me know. One more story, then a few audience questions, and I'm sure we could actually be out of here in the next 20 or so minutes. But I wanted to talk to you about, Professor Morandi, a development that's happened, and I'm sure you have at least heard of Scott Ritter. He's been very vocal about Palestine and against this genocide. Well, I'm going to play quickly what happened to him. His house was raided by the FBI on now suspicions of FARA violations, the Foreign Agent Registration Act. And I just want to play quickly, Professor Morandi, a video of his response to the raid of his house by the FBI. They came in actually with a SWAT team, we've learned later, and have taken just a lot from his home. And we are going to hear Scott quickly talk about what happened.
All right, as you guys have figured out, the FBI executed a search warrant at my residence. The search warrant is related to concerns apparently the U.S. government has about violations of the Foreign Agent Registration Act. I will tell you right now, I am not in violation of the Foreign Agent Registration Act. I have not done anything that would do it, and hopefully by executing the search warrant and taking the materials that they did, they will rapidly reach that conclusion. I will say that things like this have a chilling effect on free speech. There's no doubt that I'm being targeted because of statements I've made about U.S. policy in Ukraine. I'm being targeted because I have made an effort to try and improve relations between the United States and Russia, to try to bring about arms control, to bring about peace. Apparently somebody in the U.S. government takes umbrage at this, so they executed a search warrant. The FBI was extraordinarily professional. I have no complaints against the personnel that did this. I do have complaints against the personnel that caused this to happen. This has a chilling impact on free speech. The idea that you have a free speech right in America when you execute it in a manner that the U.S. government takes exception to, and they launch a search warrant, that is an intimidation factor. I can say that I am not intimidated, and I will continue to speak out, and I will continue to do what I do, because that's my responsibility as an American citizen, and I will continue to operate in that manner. So I think I gave you all the answers you need at this point in time. I would request that you respect that, and let me and my wife get on with our business. What time did they show up?
So, Professor Morandi, I am going to bring you back in now to react to this, because you know, I know that you have a lot to say here, because I mean, you know, this is not anything you know, new in retrospect, Professor Morandi, because we had Serena Shim, who was killed very mysteriously for her participation in Iranian media. Of course, since the Ukraine conflict, we've seen.
I knew her.
Right. Right. Yes. Yes. And you know, we've seen people like Lee Camp and Abby Martin have their content completely scrubbed because of the Ukraine conflict and justifications around the same issue. And of course, there was the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, Omali Yeshitela, now under indictment for FARA violations. Professor Morandi, your reaction, because you know you hail from Iran, and we hear a lot about Iran's so-called authoritarianism. But what's your reaction to this?
Well, I knew Serena Shim. I had met her in Beirut. She was when she was killed, she was alongside the Turkish border with Syria. She was reporting on how, through Turkey, ISIS was being supported inside Syria. And she was pointing out how World Food Program trucks were being used by ISIS. And so the World Food Program is, of course, an international organization. And then Turkish intelligence apparently I mean, the story goes back a long way, and I may not have everything exactly right. But Turkish intelligence accused her of being a spy, and then, of course, hours later, she was killed. It's difficult to believe that it was an accident. But in general, yes, I think it's amazing that in the United States, people like Scott are harassed and others are harassed. And by the way, I should point out that there are many Iranians and Palestinians in the United States who've gone to jail and who've been in jail for a very long period of time for no real reason at all. In fact, one Iranian whose name was Sayyid Mahmoud Mousavi, he was in jail in solitary confinement for 2 or 3 years. And I actually helped his lawyer get him out of jail. And it was all fabricated evidence. The United States used the IRS and other means to put him in jail. And in jail, he got cancer, and after he was freed, he soon died afterwards. But the reason why they punished him, the reason why they went after him was because he was pro-resistance. And there are lots of people, like there are these people who sent, I don't know, $1,000 to a charity in Gaza, and then they were arrested and they've been in jail in the United States for years because they were accused of supporting terrorism. So there are lots of people in the United States who are under the radar, who are just stuck in jail, but no one knows about them. But fortunately, Scott is a well-known person, and I think the U.S. government's making a big mistake because they're only going to raise his profile further. But yes, it's this freedom in the United States only goes so far as when U.S. interests are not touched or not harmed. People like myself and many like me, we've lost. They've deleted my Facebook account, my Instagram account. My own students have come and told me that we don't like or retweet your posts because we're afraid that if one day we want to study abroad, they will check our accounts and then they will, refuse a visa, or we will get into some sort of trouble. So, and I know many people across Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and Yemen. I don't know personally, but I've heard that their online accounts have been deleted. So, but now it's coming home. And it's not just these minorities or Muslims or Iranians or Palestinians or Arabs, but it's people like Scott. And I find it really shocking. And I hope that Scott is not intimidated, and I hope he doesn't get into any trouble. He's done a lot of very good work, like many other activists. As I said earlier, there may be disagreements over who he meets or who I speak to or who you speak with, but I think that everyone who opposes genocide and everyone who opposes the war in Ukraine and everyone who opposes what's going on, what the empire is doing right now, we should all be united, and that we should defend one another so that our friends and our comrades and our sisters and brothers don't get into trouble, and so that we can work together to bring an end to these very painful circumstances.
Yeah, and one of the things that is striking is that I believe that this was done similar to Amalia Shatela, where there was a visit to Russia. These two individuals, Amalia Shatela, of course, his organization, and now Scott Ritter, they have been going to Russia at certain times. I think Amalia went once, and Scott has gone a few times to build people-to-people relations as an effort toward peace. And now, you live in a country, Professor Marandi, that's under sanctions. So I've heard that most people who go to Iran and come back, who visit from the United States, always get harassed. What do you make of this dynamic? Because it's not only chilling to free speech, it seems like it's chilling to the overall project that I think you and I both describe to, which is building a more peaceful world, building a more improved multipolar world where we can, exactly as you said, be united and work toward ends that are the antithesis of the genocide in Gaza and the wars that we see the collective West waging.
Well, it's not just Americans who travel to Iran and go back who get into trouble. It's people who travel to Iran from European countries also who get into trouble when they go back, or when they travel to, or when they want to travel to the United States. And I think it's very revealing that, well, if Iran was such a ugly regime, if it was so unpopular and despised by its own people, then you would imagine that Americans traveling to Iran would help bring down the regime. And with Europeans traveling to Iran would help bring down this so-called regime, as they like to call it, because this interaction will only further help awaken Iranians to their, to their misery, or whatever it is that the West likes to describe it as being. But what they do is but the reality turns out to be that they don't want people to visit Iran because they don't want people to see the truth. They only want their mainstream journalists to come to Iran, and those mainstream journalists are not going to say the truth. If they were to say the truth, they'd be tweeting, they'd be posting about Gaza. Do you see any of these mainstream journalists showing outrage about what's happening in these camps, in these torture camps? No. And do you see mainstream media making a big issue out of it? No. So these journalists who come to Iran, they're not going to tell the truth. But so the Americans don't want people to come to Iran because they don't want them to see the reality as it really is. But we have to continue pushing. And people in the United States and the West, they have to continue making sacrifices. People like Scott are making sacrifices. People like our friends at the Gray Zone, and our, whether in Europe, our friends in Europe, or the Electronic Intifada in the United States, or whether it's our young people on the streets of London or Paris or elsewhere who are protesting. All of these people we have to keep everyone on the same page and refrain from targeting one another, because this sort of divide and rule is exactly how the empire has been able to maintain hold over all of us for centuries. What they've done in our region has always been divide and rule. They've always tried to tell people that this other sect is evil, how this other race is evil, how this other religion is evil. You see Arabic media constantly putting out propaganda because they're controlled by these regimes. This race, this sect, they have these strange beliefs, and they spread misinformation to keep people divided. And that's what the Western media is doing in Latin America. Right now, for example, in Venezuela, I was in Venezuela for the elections. I was a monitor, an observer, like almost 1,000 other people, and I saw no irregularities. None of the observers who I met saw any irregularities. Many of the observers were professionals. They were from Kenya, from South Africa, from other different countries, and they would carry out regular elections. That was their job. So they were monitoring the situation. None of them saw anything irregular. And now the main opponent who the Americans are supporting, they won't take their evidence to the Supreme Court in Venezuela. If they're so confident about fraud, they would do that, but they don't do that. Why? Because obviously the evidence is not the real thing. But the Western media will simply repeat and repeat propaganda against Venezuela, and then most people, or many people across Latin America, will believe that propaganda. The same is true inside the United States. Those people who are resisting genocide in England, in the UK, in the United States, in Europe, they are going to be demonized. They're going to be targeted. So it is very important for all of us, despite our differences, our differing views, to be united and to protect one another, so that people will not be cornered and people will not be intimidated, and so that we could reach that point which you were alluding to, where we could have a better world for our children and grandchildren to live in.
Yes, indeed. And it's so important in this particular case, too, because I'm glad you made all these connections, because it is all connected. The repression that everyone is facing around this very core issue of the U.S. empire trying to maintain its status and all of the horrors that comes with it. It's so important that we are able to, as you alluded to with Venezuela, see for ourselves what the truth really is. But doing this to someone like Scott Ritter, or whether we're talking about Malaysia Taylor, so many others, sends the message that this indeed is a crime. This very act of just attempting to show other people that this is that we are getting maybe a reality that is very distorted, or we are getting a message very distorted from what the reality is. Any final words, Professor Morandi, on this topic?
No, thank you very much. I hope Scott is well. I hope his family is well.
Kofi, follow me.